Morning, Patai. Happy New Year. Morning, Yomi. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You're all welcome to Deloitte Nigeria Economic Outlook 2022. I must say it's my pleasure to welcome every one of you. My name is Uyi Ezeko. I'm going to be the program moderator. Before we begin, there are a couple of housekeeping rules I would like to just communicate so that we can sail smoothly afterwards. First is there is a functionality at the bottom of your screen. It's called the Q&A functionality. That is where you're going to be putting your questions. So please do not use the chat button for your questions. The chat function is for interactions. Happy for you to use it, but basically for interactions, not for asking your questions. And I would also advise that if your mic is not muted and you're not speaking, please just mute your mic and you also have your video off. I will then encourage every one of you to please participate. So ask as many questions as possible. We will try our best to address all of the questions that are asked. All right. By way of introduction, it's important to mention that the Deloitte Nigeria Economic Outlook 2022 is basically an annual event organized by Deloitte. And it's just a way of providing deeper insights into the direction for the year when it comes to reviewing macroeconomic development and key policies of governments with regards to monetary, fiscal, trade, and other regulatory areas that will then shape the future of this country. Now, Deloitte DO 2022 is tagged or themed Sustainable Economic Growth and National Development Agenda. And in this program, we hope to provide the opportunities for a deep dive into the topical issues that affect the country from an economic point of view, from economic growth to national development plan to sustainable revenue. Apologies. Okay. So as I was saying, we have the agenda on the screen. We are really pleased to have the governor spending some of his time to give us the governor's address. And we will then have two keynote speakers. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, will be talking on Nigeria's investment attractiveness and economic competitiveness. We are also pleased to have the Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning give her speech on Nigeria fiscal headroom, revenue, infrastructure financing, and debt servicing. Then we'll move on from there, and we will then go international. Our own Dr. Martin Davies, the Managing Director of Emerging Markets in Africa, will be taking us on Global and Africa Economic Outlook 2021. We will have two panel sessions. The first panel will focus on economic outlook, sustainable growth, and infrastructure funding. And that will be moderated by Dr. Bola Adigun. Then we'll have the second panel will focus on revenue generation, business environment, regulations, and business imperatives. And that will be taken and moderated by Nancy. Okay, so at this point, like I said, we are very delighted and we're very pleased to have distinguished guests and very senior members of government with us. First on the list is His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON. We also have His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, ably represented here by the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Honorable Sam Idube. And we also have the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Dr. Zainab Ahmed. Now, without wasting much time, we'll just, we also have the other members of the panel, distinguished ladies and gentlemen who are going to be discussing the two issues which I already introduced. And like I said, without wasting much time, I would invite the West Africa CEO, Fatai Folari, to give us the welcome address. Please welcome Fatai Folari. Fatai.
Thank you. Good morning. The Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning, Mrs. Zainab Ahmed, distinguished speakers, panelists, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I warmly welcome you to this signature event of Deloitte Nigeria, the Nigeria Economic Outlook 2022. Actually, the fifth in the series of this event hosted by Deloitte Nigeria. At the beginning of each year, we at Deloitte strive to bring together public and private sector participants to brainstorm on the economy and to look into what the future holds for Nigeria. This is an attempt by ourselves to contribute towards the growth of the Nigerian economy. And it's also one of the efforts we make as we continue to contribute effectively in the pursuit of economic recovery and transformation for Nigeria. So as a firm, we're delighted to host this event as one of our ways of exhibiting our mantra, making impact that matters in our society. Without doubt, ladies and gentlemen, we all agree that 2022 is going to look better for everybody. The milestone year we target here in Deloitte, and our view is that most economy will continue to recover and continue to strive towards GDP growth and towards economic sustainability. You will remember Nigeria recently came out of the second impact of recession in the last 6 years. I mean, when you look at what we've achieved in this regard and the growth that we've experienced during the second and third quarters of 2021 in terms of GDP growth, we're excited that we're looking forward to believe that the fourth quarter will look good and Nigeria will continue to recover and rebound. We believe the impact of COVID-19 can continue to be improved upon. And as we look at the pandemic and the way you look at it all over the world, we're of the view that most economies that are struggling will continue to recover gradually. We will recall how the pandemic has affected supply chain, how the economy became fragile, policymakers struggling here and there to make sure that they deal with the effect of the pandemic. It's our belief at Deloitte that most economy will continue to recover. And as countries start to open up the environment, we'll continue to see more economic growth and investment flowing into Nigeria and all over the world. So it's our view that the economy will continue to recover in 2022. But coming back to Nigeria, it's quite instructive to also give the current administration a pat on the back for helping to pass the appropriation bill expeditiously, with the National Assembly working with the executive and the Mr. President assent to the bill. That, in effect, gives an impression that Nigeria is ready for growth and accelerated economic development. Especially when you look at what we've done in recent times in passing this bill, the appropriation bill on time. We also need to give credit to the Federal Executive Council and the Minister of Budget and National Planning for sustaining this effort and also giving the National Assembly a pat on the back. Well, the view that this feat will continue to help Nigeria to plan and businesses will be able to grow effectively. As the budget is passed, it's our belief that Nigeria will also be able to implement the rollover of 2021 capital budget rollover, because we believe with that in place and the 2022 budget in place, the country is ready for growth. One of the other major achievements that Nigeria has experienced is also being able to pass the third in series, the Finance Act. That's actually a very distinctive achievement for the country because it helps to see where the direction of the Nigerian law in terms of economic development and sustainability is growing. And we also would like to thank the federal government for this and the Minister of National Planning and Budget and National Planning for achieving this. We would also like to point to the fact that the medium-term expenditure framework, the fiscal strategy papers, will also help to facilitate microeconomic growth and balance in the country, improve the activities and efficiency of business sectors as we tag along. The resources that the country have can be annexed with all these policies and that are in place. Today, our view is that Nigeria is on the path of recovery. At Deloitte, we have the view that the country is set for growth and the country should continue to grow along this line. Our view today and what do we intend to achieve is for us to listen to experts in the various fields, from monetary, physical, infrastructure, debt recovery, and business landscape. To just listen to people as to how they see Nigeria and how they see the country grow. We have the view that today's session will be impactful and will be able to deliver more discourse amongst ourselves. As Deloitte, we're committed to continue to improve the outcome of the Nigerian economy, to continue to develop and continue to face complex issues as we go along. That's what we do for our clients, and we're of the view that government and public sectors are also geared to continue to develop in this direction. Mine is for an introductory session, and I'd like to believe that our speakers, panelists, and experts in the room will effectively contribute to the discourse today. I'd like to welcome you once again, and specifically to thank the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, for joining us today, the Governor of Lagos State, and the Honorable Minister for joining us today. Distinguished speakers, panelists, dignitaries, we thank you today for joining our discourse, the Nigeria Economic Outlook. And we thank you so much for being part of it. Please accept our best wishes at Deloitte. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fatai Fulari, for that welcome address. And I also want to thank you, all attendees, for joining. We have quite a sizable number on the program right now. Next, we will be going to the next on the agenda, which is the goodwill message from the chair of Deloitte Africa Board, Delia Ndlovu.
Hi, everyone. My name is Delia Ndlovu. I am the chair of the Deloitte Africa. I am delighted to welcome you to this. Hi, everyone. My name is Delia Ndlovu. I am the chair of the Deloitte Africa. I am delighted to welcome you to this auspicious occasion hosted by our exceptionally talented team in West Africa. I have no doubt that you will have an awesome time as you engage on topical issues that are preoccupying leaders across the world. Because of the recalibration of risk in the pandemic era, it was impossible for me to be with you physically. However, I do know that our team, which is purpose-driven, is well positioned to help you to focus on topics that help you to elevate purpose as you navigate how to effortlessly implement sustainability strategies in your companies, as you deal with the volatility, uncertainty, as well as ambiguity that is brought by the pandemic era. I wish you all the best today as you have intense discussions and deliberations. Keep well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delia Ndlovu, Chair, Africa Board. At this point, we will then move to the governor's address. And to take the governor's address is the Commissioner for Economic Planning and Budget, Honorable Sam Egube. Please join me to welcome Sam Egube. Okay, I think the information I got now is the governor is not ready. He's still looking to make the presentation himself. So while we wait for the governor, at this point, we will then move forward to invite His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON, ably represented here by the Executive Secretary and CEO of NIPC, Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission, Mr. Emeka Ofo.
Good morning, everyone. The Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Plan, the West Africa Chief Executive Officer, Deloitte, distinguished participants, speakers, and panelists at this event. Good morning. Today, I'm wearing a very large hat. I have been asked to represent His Excellency, the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. I only pray and hope to be able to do justice representing him. His Excellency the Vice President sends his warm regards to the team at Deloitte and all the participants at this year's edition of the Deloitte Nigeria Economic Outlook 2022. His Excellency is unable to personally attend in view of his earlier scheduled engagements for today. I have been asked to make a presentation on his behalf on the topic Nigeria's investment attractiveness and economic competitiveness. In addressing this topic, I will look at the global economic outlook for 2022, review Africa's growth prospects, discuss Nigeria in context, and mention the initiatives by the federal government to improve Nigeria's investment attractiveness and economic development. And finally, I will look at what needs to be done to stimulate economic growth and wealth creation. Taking a look at the global economic outlook for 2022, we will all recall that in 2020, the world woke up to certain vulnerabilities occasioned by COVID as a result of reliance on a single production center. The pandemic created a lot of distortion across the globe, especially in the area of restrictions that it imposed, as well as its impact on the supply chains across the globe. And that ended up creating recession almost everywhere. In 2021, the economy across the globe began to show signs of recovery as the world began to adapt to what we now call certain lexicons were introduced into our lives. Social distancing, campaigns for vaccination coverage, deglobalization of manufacturing activities by MNEs. Despite the marginal success achieved, 2022 is still enveloped with uncertainty, especially as we've been hearing about new variants of COVID. We heard of the Delta variant, we heard of the Omicron, and now we are hearing about the variants that combined both Delta traits and Omicron traits, and I think they call it Deltacron. But behind all these, we expect that the world will continue to make progress in terms of increasing economic activity. I would like to look at Africa's growth prospects. I would like to say that it is real. If you look at the slide, at the bottom right of the slide, you will see the number of economies growing faster than 5% in a year. Starting from 1988 to the year 2000, Sub-Saharan Africa had about 8 economies doing above 5% GDP growth. From 2000 to 2010, Africa's contribution rose to 18 economies doing greater than 5%. And then from 2011 to 2020, the number of economies in Africa that are growing at faster than 5% was 14. If you look at the slide, you would see that no other economy matched Africa's growth prospect. So amidst all the socioeconomic political challenges, Africa remains the driver of global. Over half of the world's fastest growing economies are on the continent. In Africa, we expect that economic activities will continue to increase despite those uncertainties associated with COVID-19. We see growth in such areas like telecommunication, retailing, banking, and so on, especially when we consider the opportunities provided by the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. While we see a lot of prospects and growth potential in Africa as a driver for economic growth across the globe, it is also important for us to highlight that there is need for bold transformative reforms in order to sustain the growth potential that we are expecting. I will now look at Nigeria in context. NIPC, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, which is the agency of the federal government of Nigeria, that has a mandate to encourage, to promote and attract investments into Nigeria. We received feedback from investors. Usually we engage them to ask them about their feel about the Nigerian business environment. And these are some of the comments or feedback NIPC got from them. The ones that are in red highlight the ones that are frequently mentioned by investors. The issue of corruption, the painful and long unpredicted government approval process, the lack of access to long-term capital. They raise concerns about FX, getting FX and exchange. They mention security challenges and then difficult operating. Now, these are some of the areas that will require intervention. But I would like to mention that the federal government of Nigeria has made a very high commitment to improving Nigeria's business environment. They've introduced set specific reforms to ensure that Nigeria's business environment improves on an ongoing basis. You'll recall that in July 2016, the President of Nigeria, His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, CFR, inaugurated the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEBEC. The essence of that inauguration was to empower them to remove critical bottlenecks and bureaucratic constraints in Nigeria. They introduced several reforms, initiatives, worked with participating agencies of the government to ensure that Nigeria moves up its ranking in the World Bank Ease of Doing Business. The activities of PEBEC and NIPC and other agencies, ministries, departments, and agencies of government saw significant improvements in Nigeria's ranking. Nigeria moved 15 steps, and the World Bank has recognized Nigeria in their World Bank Doing Business Report 2020 as one of the most improved business investment environments. The federal government has also enacted the CAMA 2020 with a view to changing the investment landscape, making it easier to do business. The Finance Act of 2019 and the Finance Act of 2020 also provided further support to investors, especially MSMEs, by introducing reforms and streamlining certain processes of doing business. The Finance Act of 2021 went further to provide tax reforms to combat the negative impact of COVID-19, with a view to also generate more revenue and then also provide support to investment and ginger economic growth in Nigeria. So amidst all the challenges that we have, Nigeria's fundamentals still remain strong. The economy is projected to grow at 2.5% in 2022 and 2.8% in 2020. We expect that the recovery and growth will be gradual, and as Nigeria continues to introduce reforms, we expect that the targets will be achieved and possibly surpassed. This slide shows the economic drivers and enablers, the growth enablers. We believe that on the strength of the sectors that we have in Nigeria and the growth potential that they have, that agriculture will still be very prominent growth driver. Trade, ICT, manufacturing, construction, mining, and real estate. The next slides will look at sustaining growth and stimulating wealth creation. At the end of the ERGP, the federal government introduced a 12-month, 2.3 trillion transit plan that focused on some of these areas, providing support and intervention in specific areas. They looked at local content and self-reliance, provided funding, special funding to jumpstart the economy, achieve economic stimulation, preserve jobs, and then provide for the poor with a focus on the vulnerable. The plan, the Nigeria Economic Sustainability Plan, has now led to the creation or the inauguration of the National Development Plan for 2021 to 2025. The idea behind this plan is to unlock all constraints, economic growth, inclusiveness, and sustainability of the economy to generate employment and reduce poverty. The sectors of focus in that plan: economic growth and development, infrastructure, public administration, regional development, social development, and human capital development. About 348.7 trillion will be required, and the funding will obviously come majorly 86% from the public sector, private sector. The public sector will make its own contribution as well. As Nigeria begins to implement the National Development Plan, which was launched by Mr. President December 2021, and unlock all the constraints to economy, we expect that the objectives of the National Development Plan will be actualized. I'll quickly have a look at the private capital inflow over the past 20 years. Globally, we will recall that global FDI flows were under pressure before COVID-19. But COVID-19 dealt a terrible blow on global FDI. If you look at Africa FDI flows from 2016 to 2020, you will see that even though there was a reduction, a contraction of by 35% globally, Africa was able to maintain its global share. We believe that Africa should attract more than 3% of. Now, looking at the FDI inflows in Nigeria over the past 20 years, we would like to mention that Nigeria experienced spikes in FDI attraction, especially when Nigeria introduced bold, coherent reforms. The reforms in the telecommunication sector, as a result of the sale of GSM license, saw Nigeria's stock of FDI around 2002. When banking consolidation was done with reforms associated with it, Nigeria's FDI stock grew. When Nigeria sold oil assets to indigenous companies, we had a jump. And so we believe that Nigeria requires to implement bold, coherent, and sustainable economic reforms to sustain growth. Opportunities. Nigeria Investment Promotion Commission has since 2017 been publishing the report of investment announcement. This report shows investor interest in Nigeria, investors that have decided to pursue investing in Nigeria. From the figure of 66.35 billion in 2017 to 90.89 billion in 2018 to 29.9 billion in 2019 and 23.3 at the end of 2020. We see that investors have indicated from across the globe and from within Nigeria their interest and intention to do business. But when you compare those figures with actual FDI flows, you will see that there is a huge gap. And we feel that those gaps represent between investment announcement and actual FDI, actual investments demonstrate investment potential inherent in Nigeria. And we are saying that a more proactive, all of government approach to investor support across the federal and state government will be required to convert more announcement actually. So if the MDAs will focus on converting the low-hanging fruits from investors who have indicated interest in doing business in Nigeria by supporting them and providing all the relevant understanding, Nigeria will be able to translate a substantial portion of the investment announcement to actual FDI. And as we continue post-COVID-19, certain economic interactions will be shaped through rethinking social contracts. We may have to do things differently to be able to get better results. We may have to revisit the future of work and consumption and see how we will be able to introduce technology more in terms of e-commerce, e-learning, product automation to reshape the workspace and consumers' habits. We may need to mobilize resources at speed and scale and introduce changes in the business model, in material sourcing, production. And then we'll see how we can move closer to end users and localization or regionalization of supply. In the advent of African Continental Free Trade Area, this is the best opportunity to begin to make inroads. Nigeria is the most prepared of all the countries in Africa in terms of its readiness for the African continent. I will show the promotion of facilitation initiative. We are all aware of Nigeria's competitive advantages. There is need for us to make sure that the world knows about these and begin to take advantage of them to ensure that we are investments to Nigeria and we become more competitive. Nigeria is a strategic location. Nigeria has the strategic time zone. Nigeria is awake when the rest of the world and a greater portion of the world is awake. Some countries do not have this advantage. They are awake when the rest of the world is sleeping, and they are sleeping when the rest of the world is awake. We have a resilient, hardworking, can-do spirit in our workforce, an optimistic mobile population, abundant natural resources that need to be converted to manufactured output. Nigeria has huge unfulfilled demand, generous investment incentives, and the scale of opportunity is huge. And Nigeria will continue to remain an essential component of every African strategy. It will be an error for somebody to say that he is doing business in Africa if he is not doing business in Nigeria. But we need to let the world know about these opportunities and then provide the necessary support to encourage them to feel good about Nigeria and to invest in our country. Nigeria is the gateway into the African market. If you look at the slide on the left, you see Nigeria is properly positioned, and you can reach any part of Africa from Nigeria within a short period. So you could say that Nigeria is somehow centrally located in a pivotal position that will enable us to engage Africa and take our. If you look at the slide on my right, you see selected Nigerian companies and their network in Africa. These companies have shown resilience. They have shown presence in certain African markets. For example, UBA in the banking sector has presence in 20 African countries. The Dangote Group is into manufacturing, has presence and operation in 12 African countries. GT Bank in 10, Glo in 5, Interswitch and Pega in 3 and 2. And I also like to mention that Nigeria's fashion and music industry
I think we lost Mr. Emeka Ofor. I think we lost Mr. Emeka Ofor. So we'll just give him a few seconds to reset. But you would agree with me that a whole lot of insights have been shared by our keynote speaker, Mr. Emeka Ofor, acting executive secretary and CEO of NIPC. I just want to also mention, like I said at the beginning, please, if you have questions, use the Q&A functionality. If you look at the Zoom platform, at the bottom, there is a Q&A button at the bottom. Please, that is the button that you're going to use, not the chat. We are not going to be harvesting the questions from the chat room. So please just move your questions to the Q&A. Move the questions to the Q&A session. So we're still waiting for Mr. Emeka Ofor to come on board and complete his presentation. But you can use this opportunity to put down your questions. The questions are going to be discussed in detail during the panel session as much as possible. We will try to cover all of the questions that we that you'll put on the Q&A. All right, so I guess we can move over to the next speaker. But just my take in terms of what has been discussed so far. One of the things that I mean, it's one key area that kind of took my attention was around the FDI inflows. I'm sure that also was a big hit for a number of the attendees that saw the slide on the FDI inflows, especially around the investment, the investment announcement and the actual FDI inflow, the huge gap. Okay, so it really matters how we look at it, whether we're looking at a cup half empty or half full. So the question really is, to what extent are we maximizing the potential that we have as a country? So just food for thought. So you can please go ahead, put down your questions, and we'll discuss them later. At this point, we will then move to the next speaker. Okay, I'm just getting a bit of some signal that Emeka might be able to finish his presentation. You're welcome back, sir. Good to have you back. I guess it was just a network. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much. So please go ahead.
So I will try to round up by mentioning that the NIPC Act provides certain obligations and protection for investors. And that also the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission has very material information that investors can use in order to assess investment opportunity and as well as conduct location benchmarking. We have the Compendium of Investment Incentives in Nigeria that provides a compilation of all the investment incentives approved by extant laws. Sector reports are also available. We also launched a book of states that tries to capture the competitiveness and comparative advantage of each state. There will be 36 states of Nigeria and Abuja. We have the investment guide, which is an online guide to doing business in Nigeria. I would like to mention that challenges in Nigeria should be seen as opportunities to attract more investment. In line with the government's e-government initiative, we have also launched the single window investors portal, which will enable, especially the EOC, enable investors to interact, receive some of the services available in NIPC. And we mentioned that there is need for Nigeria to reform its business investment to attract what we call REIPs investment. For us, the REIPs investment refers to responsible and sustainable investment into Nigeria. We do not want all types of investments. We prefer investments that will comply with global standards, investments that are inclusive and mobilizes investments that are balanced. They balance investors' right to obligation and preserves the state's policy, as well as promote sustainable development objectives that align with the 2030 agenda. So we promote the REIPs philosophy, attracting investments that are responsible, investments that are inclusive, investments that are balanced, and investments that are sustainable. Try to balance investors' rights, obligations. On this note, I will say thank you for listening, and I wish you the best as you continue with the deliberation and have a look at Nigeria's outlook for 2020. And we hope that at the end of it all, we'll come up with an action plan that will enable us to improve Nigeria's investment space and competitiveness and attract investments into Nigeria to create wealth.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Emeka Ofor. Mr. Emeka Ofor is the Acting Executive Secretary and CEO of NIPC. He is representing His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, GCON. Thank you so much for the insights. I reckon that we have some questions. We are not taking those questions now. We will try to fuse those questions into the panel session. Thank you once again, Mr. Emeka Ofor. So right on, we will move to the next keynote speaker. The next keynote speaker is the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget, and National Planning, Mrs. Dr. Zainab Ahmed.
Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to be here today to deliver my thoughts on the topic Nigeria's fiscal headroom, revenue mobilization, infrastructure financing, and debt service. Deloitte's Economic Outlook has become an important annual event for providing insights into macroeconomic and financial developments and direction of the federal government for each fiscal year. Last year, I was also invited for a similar event. I must commend the management and the team of Deloitte for your consistency in organizing and hosting this event, as well as for providing this veritable platform for information sharing, enlightenment, and discourse on the economy. I'm also grateful to Deloitte for inviting me again, this time to address you, just like you did last year. My keynote address last year was on Nigeria's Economic Recovery Plan for 2021, where I shared with the forum our administration's diagnosis of the challenge that the Nigerian economy was facing in 2020. In my presentation, I also highlighted the administration's plan and policy responses to address the economic challenges brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. Since that time, in February 2021, we have made some significant progress in steering the economy towards a sustainable, robust, inclusive growth path. As a result of our policies, programs, and actions, the country has so far recorded 4 consecutive successive quarters of growth since the recovery commenced in the 4th quarter of 2020. The non-oil sector has continued to show significant resilience, with sectors such as trade, information, communications, finance, and insurance, also manufacturing, agriculture, among others, sustaining their recovery and growth paths. Overall, the non-oil sector grew by 5.44% in the 3rd quarter of 2021. To sustain this growth requires significant spending on key growth-enhancing infrastructure and also on the infrastructure sector. It is on this note we recently passed the 2022 budget of 17.13 trillion, which was prepared in line with the strategic policies contained in the 2022 to 2024 medium-term expenditure framework, as well as the fiscal strategy paper. The 2022 budget seeks to further consolidate on the stellar performance of growth in the Nigerian economy, which we have recorded so far through massive spending on human and infrastructure development. This is also the first budget developed in line with the new National Medium-Term Development Plan 2021 to 2025. The new National Medium-Term Development Plan 2021 to 2025 is a medium-term blueprint which is designed to unlock the country's potentials in all sectors of the economy. This new National Development Plan aims to generate 21 million full-time jobs and lift 35 million people out of poverty by the year 2025. This will be achieved through public-private partnerships and private sector-led economic growth. Consequently, the attainment of the objectives of the plan will require an investment commitment of up to 348.1 trillion naira, with 49.7 trillion or 14.3% expected from the public sector, while 298.3 trillion or 85.7% expected from the private sector. The plan also builds on the achievements and lessons learned during the implementation of the Economic Recovery and Growth Plan, the ERGP. In the meantime, the projected aggregate revenue available for government to fund the 2022 budget is 10.74 trillion, inclusive of revenue from the government-owned enterprises. About 35% of this projected revenue is expected to come from oil-related sources, and that is including crude oil sales, NLNG dividend receipts, and a few others, while 65% is to be earned from non-oil sources, including company income tax, value-added tax, customs duties, as well as independent revenue. Meanwhile, the aggregate capital expenditure in the 2022 budget is put at 5.96 trillion, representing nearly 35% of the total expenditure. This provision is inclusive of capital component of the statutory transfers and also government-owned enterprises capital expenditure, as well as project-tied loan expenditures. We are also prioritizing spending on infrastructure and human capital development as a catalyst for rapid economic development. In 2022, we plan on spending about 1.42 trillion on infrastructure and 2.11 trillion on human capital development, and specifically on education and health. With respect to infrastructure, we also have the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme, the RITCS, which was launched in 2019 to leverage private sector capital and expertise to construct, repair, and maintain critical road infrastructure in key economic corridors as well as industrial clusters across the country. The scheme is designed to reduce the burden of funding significant capital outlays on road projects by the federal government. Essentially, the RITCS utilizes tax expenditures by way of tax credits to finance construction of critical roads and bridges through an innovative PPP mechanism that incentivizes private sector participation. Since inception, Mr. President has approved a total of 33 road projects totaling 1,564.95 kilometers being undertaken in 19 states across the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. Construction has started on some of these roads undertaken by corporate investors, and some of them are actually nearing completion. The overall size of the deficit of the 2022 budget is 6.39 trillion, and this represents 3.46% of the Nigerian GDP. Our plan is to finance this deficit mainly through borrowings from domestic, foreign, multilateral, and bilateral sources, as well as exploring other funding options such as privatization proceeds, and this include also drawdowns of existing loans. At this point, I would like to say we do not have a debt sustainability problem. As we are all aware, the pandemic affected oil and non-oil revenue sources, and we have had to borrow to cover up very significant revenue shortfalls, especially in the year 2020. This contributed significantly to the growth in our public debt. It is unlikely that our recovery from the last 2 recessions, especially the one in 2020, will have been as fast as it has been without the sustained government expenditure funded partly by debt. As at September 2021, our debt to GDP ratio stood at 20%, and this again is the lowest amongst African leading economies. This accentuates the fact that what we have is not a classic debt sustainability problem, but a revenue challenge, a very significant revenue challenge. Notwithstanding this, we continue to make significant progress in our domestic revenue mobilization efforts through significant reforms and also through the programs initiated by this administration. As a result of these reforms and programs, the federal government share of non-oil tax revenues totaling 1.6 trillion as at November 2021. And this represents 119% over and above the targeted figures. Subsequently, companies' income tax, value-added tax collections achieved 115% and 165% respectively above the prorated target for the same period. Customs collection also attained 118.8% in the same reporting period. Our other revenues totaling 2.8 trillion, including independent revenue of 1.1 trillion, while government-owned enterprise revenues was also reported at 1.2 trillion. Overall, the federal government's aggregate revenue stood at 5.51 trillion, or 74% of the revenue target as at November 2021. One of the programs we introduced to enhance domestic revenue mobilization is the Strategic Revenue Growth Initiative, the SRGI, which was launched in 2019. The goal of the SRGI is to significantly grow our revenue to GDP ratio from the current 8 to 9% to 15% by the year 2025. The SRGI has been built initially on 3 pillars. Now we have revised it to 4 pillars. And the first pillar is achieving sustainability in revenue generation. The second is identifying new and enhancing the enforcement of existing revenue streams. And the third pillar is achieving cohesion in the revenue ecosystem, that is to mention specifically our people and our tools. And the fourth pillar is to enhance and strengthen revenue administration to improve compliance. With the SRGI, we continue to improve tax administration frameworks, including tax filing and payment compliance improvements. We also are able to enhance independent revenue collection by optimizing the operational efficiencies and revenue generating focus of the government-owned enterprises. We have also been able, through the SRGI, block fiscal drainers like subsidies. Leveraging technology and automation, and also identifying and plugging revenue leakages to enhance tax compliance and reduce tax evasion, amongst others, have all been achieved as part of the focus of the SRGI. The SRGI has been the initiative that has brought about the institutionalization of the Annual Finance Acts. Subsequently, the Finance Act has become our annual fiscal tool to reform some sections of ex-ante tax laws. For the Finance Act 2021, for example, we have introduced new taxes such as the 10 naira per litre excise duty on all non-alcoholic, carbonated and sweetened beverages. The Finance Act 2021 has also introduced a 6% tax on turnover of e-commerce businesses by non-resident companies doing business in Nigeria. As I conclude, I want to assure you that the federal government is committed to providing the needed support for a robust private sector-led macroeconomic environment. We will continue to do this through the implementation of the strategic fiscal policies that attract foreign direct investments, enhance business expansion, and improve the living standards of the Nigerian citizens. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to receiving the communique of this evening, and I wish you all very happy deliberations. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in the forum, and Happy New Year to everyone.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning. At this point, from what we can see, there are quite a number of questions. I think the presentation by Mr. Emeka Ofor has generated quite a lot of interest. And we think it will be good to bring back Mr. Emeka Ofor so that he can immediately address some of the questions, maybe not all, but there are quite a number of questions here, address some of the questions that have been asked. Mr. Emeka Ofor, if you don't mind, you can just come back, put on your video so that we can take a couple of these questions. Thank you very much. So I'm just going to read a few of the questions that has been asked. There's a question here around what is the level of our preparedness for the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? What is our level of preparedness in this regard, Mr. Ofor?
Thank you. I mentioned that Nigeria is more prepared than most economies in Africa. You will recall that prior to the launch of the African Continental Free Trade, the president inaugurated to work on the National Action Committee that worked on it. And then also the readiness plan was also looked at. So it was like a survey to see Nigeria's readiness. So presently what Nigeria has done is to set up a national action that is looking at all that needs to be done to ensure that Nigeria plays its role. That committee is already in place and working. A lot of things, decisions have been made, especially in the areas of goods, services. Right now, they are working on the area of investment. So the negotiations are in place, and the sensitization also is another key thing that Nigeria is doing to ensure that all the participants in Nigeria, the manufacturing sector, and so on and so forth. So that is very crucial. Stakeholder engagement, sensitization activities have been going on in the country, and we believe that as Nigeria continues to reforms, we should be able to play and then take advantage of the advantages inherent in the African continental free trade. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Meka, for just related to that is another question around the factors. I guess, I mean, you've explained how prepared we are, especially from the angle of some of the activities that have been carried out to ensure that we take full advantage of these agreements. There's a question here from Eunice Okunola. The question is around, again, very related to the first question, which is there is significant risk in terms of over-dependence on oil, and which we have no control over, instability due to security challenges, inflation, gross unemployment, bureaucracy. While doing all of these things to take full advantage of the agreement, how do we address these issues? Would this not negate the full impact of what you're doing currently? I guess that's basically what the question is saying.
So the key issue for Nigeria is diversification. And I think if you look at, if you remember my presentation, you will notice that I mentioned that we have achieved in Nigeria yields of the diversification of Nigeria's economic base. As it is, Nigeria has grown significantly in terms of our economy, GDP, based on what has happened in the non-oil sector. Yes, we will not drop the oil sector. We will develop other aspects of the oil sector like gas, and so it still remains a crucial part of Nigeria's economy. But the position right now is to promote more of the activities in the non-oil sector. So the Nigerian Investment Promotion Committee is also, when we review some of these activities, we ensure that we advise government on measures to be taken to improve some of these activities. And also, let me also mention that the advent of the African Continental Free Trade Area is also helping Nigeria to build on competitiveness. Nigeria, I mentioned in my presentation that Nigeria, if you are doing business in Africa and you're not in Nigeria, then it looks as if you have not entered Africa. It's not a bragging right for Nigeria. It's actually a call for Nigeria to do more, to take leadership. It's not as if we are going to relax because we are the giant of Africa. We need to show in every aspect of doing business that we are the giant of Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Area is also helping Nigeria to build competitiveness by developing cross-border. So when we key into all these, we will be able to even diversify the economy further and ensure that investments come to Africa, to Nigeria, not by right, but because we have been able to put in place strategies, reforms, and initiatives that will make investors feel good about Nigeria and invest in it. We have all it takes to attract those investments. We just need to introduce some reforms here and there. But we have to be very, very intentional about the reform. It could just be 2 or 3 key reforms that we need to introduce. We see the investments come.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, I mean, it's no doubt that the agreement, creates quite a lot of potential for Nigeria. And from what you said, we have a vantage position. Hopefully, we'll be able to maximize the full potential that comes from this agreement. You are sitting at NIPC, and your position, your role is very crucial to bridging this gap in terms of FDI. There is a question here from Ekunife Okoli. He says that the huge gap between the foreign investment announcement and the actual inflow is very insightful, and I fully agree. Would you agree that this will be attributable to political instability, insecurity, forex restriction, and poor ease of doing business? So I guess this is kind of directed towards the whole ease of doing business. I mean, what you showed in your slide it's massive. Looking at the difference between the investment opportunities and the actual FDI. Clearly, these are. It shows there is potential, but the question really is: are there other issues that could have created this gap?
So we realize that there are challenges doing business, not only in Nigeria, but across the globe. Every economy has challenges in their doing business parameters. So in order to bridge the gap, I would like to briefly explain that before an investor or a prospective investor makes an investment announcement, declares their intention to invest in an economy, they would have gone through the diligence process. Usually they start with a long list that says this is the list of where we would like to invest, maybe about 20 countries across the world. And then they will begin to ask questions, make inquiries, conduct surveys, contact their consultants, and then they reduce the list to maybe 5, not least. They looked at the macroeconomic and all the indicators that they are invested in, look at the profit, access to raw materials, government policy, and so on and so on. And then they arrive at a short list and then begin to work on those short lists to be able to make a decision and say, having gone through everything, they've done some visitations to the country, the prospect countries, and then they decide that they want to invest in Nigeria. At that point in time, they have looked at all the challenges, they have looked at all the issues that may hinder them or frustrate them in doing business in a location. And they said, okay, we have agreed, we have decided to invest in Nigeria. So it's not essentially the issues that the person mentioned, but it should be noted that when this decision is taken, the next thing for us as a country and as a commission, as a government, is to partner, work with those investors that have made those decisions. We see them in NIPC, we actually see them as low-hanging fruits. Somebody has gone through the agent process, benchmarking, taking location decision. The next thing for us is to work with. support them and hold them, attend meetings with them, work with other NDAs to ensure that their movement is seamless. And that's why we encourage investors that want to invest in Nigeria to talk to NIPC first, because we are the friends of investors inside the government. So we can handhold them to navigate through some of these challenges that they face. So yes, I agree that there are challenges to doing business. I agree, but that challenge also occurs in several other economies, both developing and developed economies. I agree that there is need. We do not hide the fact that there are challenges. But some of these challenges are also opportunities that investors will also take advantage of. Let me say that where the opportunity, some of the reasons why in my slide I mentioned that GDP growth or growth in Africa was higher than most economies was simply because their opportunities are higher in Nigeria, in Africa, than the rest of the developed world. So the need for us to look at those investors, we encourage investors to look at those challenges and then we'll see how we can navigate and build a better economic base for our country. Improve the business environment is very, very crucial. As long as we continue to improve the business environment, in terms of yes, those are yes, opportunities we can take advantage of to attract them.
All right. Thank you for that very comprehensive answer. So maybe we'll just switch this a bit. I also reckon that you made mention of the future of work in your presentation slide. I actually took note of that. So there is a question here that says, what is the plan of FG in terms of the future of work? As we all know, the pandemic has changed the world over. You know, there is this Bob Dylan song that says, the times have changed. You know, the times are changing. So it's a totally different ball game now when it comes to the future of work. What is the federal government doing in that respect? I think you're muted. I can't hear you. Yeah, I can't hear you. Please, if you can just repeat, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I agree with the person that asked it that times and times will continue to change.
Yeah.
And our response will also continue to change and adapt to changing reality. One of the things that needs to be done is, you'll recall that the federal government has an e-government initiative. And so when COVID hit, it was not too difficult for us to adapt to working from home or working remotely, because certain things have, like the single investor spot, access some of the services needed. So another point there is the issue of diversification, and that we mentioned about. As we continue to diversify our activities in response to the realities of the day. You also see that during COVID, for example, and up till now, a lot of traction recorded in terms of activities or economic activities that have one thing to do with technology. Now, what that means for us and for indeed everybody operating in today's economy is the need to see how you can adapt your work schedule. Technology. Technology has a way of helping us to bypass some of the challenges of infrastructure. NIPC, for example, has been planning what we call the direct investors, with a focus on the tech-enabled ecosystem. That focus tries to ensure how investors can come into the space, how these investors can diversify their operations. And we're beginning to see a lot of traction in that area. You'll recall that recently the Africa Investment Report was released. That report suggests that Nigeria has attracted a lot of funds or capital into the tech-enabled ecosystem, like the fintech, e-learning, agro-tech, health tech, and so on. The capital received by Nigeria was higher than any other country. And so that shows what is being done. And the next thing is vaccination, right? Improving the health sector and ensure that the people, that the workforce, that they are healthy and that they are ready and protected as they do.
All right. Thank you very much for that answer. I mean, I cannot agree less with you. Preeminent management consultant Peter Drucker once said that it is people that build the economy, not capital, nor raw material. So I fully agree with you in terms of the role that people play in economic development. So thank you very much, Mr. Emeka, for with the very many questions we still have unanswered. We're pleading with you to join the panel. So hopefully we'll have that opportunity to also take more of those questions during the panel session. So we will now move to the next keynote speaker. We have Dr. Martins Davies, who is the Managing Director, Emerging Markets and Africa, Deloitte. He will be taking us on global and Africa economic outlook. Dr. Martins.
Yes, good day. Thank you very much, and it's fantastic to be joining you. Unfortunately, I'm not there in present. I'm in South Africa, Johannesburg today. So I've been asked to talk about some key themes around the global outlook. I won't talk too much, of course, about Nigeria because all the experts are there with you and already in the room. So for the next 20 minutes or so, I'll just be setting out some key themes that I see are quite pertinent globally, and of course will have an impact, a knock-on impact, both negative and positive, for us in this part of the world, in Africa. I'll touch very briefly on Nigeria at the end, just to hopefully complement what's already been said, and of course mention the all-important thing called oil price as well in the process. I hope you can all see my screen. If you can't, please let me know, but hopefully it will be. All right. So, if I think back, if we go back, it's 2 years now since the COVID-19 epidemic/pandemic started to have dramatic impacts and damage to GDP. If we think back 2 years ago, maybe less than 2 years ago, 18 months ago, we were talking, and I think I even spoke to some friends in Nigeria at the time around, there was a big debate as to what letter of the alphabet will the economic recovery mimic, if you remember those conversations. And we were talking about V-shaped recoveries. Now, if you're on Wall Street or in the markets, of course, a Fed stimulus drove a very rapid V-shaped recovery in all things equities and markets. We spoke about a U-shape, and the U-shape probably, I think with hindsight, we could say Asia, a China-driven Asia, has been a U-shaped recovery. We spoke about W-shape, which has been very much the case in most of our countries, where you'd have sort of stop-start, stopping or disrupting, perhaps restarting the economy. Another wave would come, and then would restrict again. So very much an erratic sort of GDP forecast and recovery. And W-shape, I think, has played out very much so in large number of economies. And the last one was an L shape, one where countries with pre-existing structural weaknesses came into the crisis in early 2020 in a very weak position. As I mentioned, I'm down here in South Africa right now, and South Africa certainly falls into that bucket of countries. And the L shape talks to a rapid decline, but an incredibly slow, gradual recovery, slow burn, if you will, and it indicates an inability rather, to structurally reform and thus hasten a move out of crisis. So if we think back, I mean, that's pretty much played out. And I think one other thing that I'll talk about today shortly is the marginalization of the global South. It's not so much deglobalization, which was very much the word being used during the previous Republican Trump-led administration with trade tariffs and barriers and the like. But I think it's marginalization for the global South, and that's particularly the case when it comes to sub-Saharan Africa. So the way that's just a brief introduction. It's great to have, rear view, history is 2020 vision, and to look the last 2 years to see what has happened has been quite a learning experience for all of us. And we did get one thing wrong. This is a slide I've constantly updated, and it's something which is still playing out, of course. But the W scenario, the one thing we got wrong is, and I've seen how I've had to change the slide a lot in the last year or so, is we expected, let me step back. I've always said it's impossible to predict the economics when one does not understand the behavior of a virus. And that's very much been the case. And perhaps in the early part of 2022 now, maybe there's a sense of complacency, but I don't want to be a fearmonger. So where it's wrong, we envisioned waves, but a reduced amplification over time of those waves and an ultimate diminishing. We didn't see reduced amplification. We saw higher amplification, at the very least in terms of contagiousness of the respective variants as they emerged of COVID-19. And that was, again, because we simply did not understand how the virus behaves in different circumstances and certainly geographies. But this W scenario, as mentioned, has been very prevalent in recent times. Certain countries, of course, continue, the main one, China, more on that shortly, continues to pursue a zero tolerance policy towards COVID. New Zealand to an extent as well. But pretty much the rest of us have given up. And countries in our part of arguably have not been in a position to lock down because of a lack of fiscal headspace and just the nature of our societies. And an Indian journalist said it so well last year when he said that in Africa, or in India's case, I'll just replace India with Africa, it was not so much social distancing as it was social compression. And that talks to how we stereotypically live in large swathes of our countries and our continent. So moving on, the Great Divide I mentioned, just by way of introduction, and talks to vaccinations and the usual, albeit virtual, Davos session last year at the World Economic Forum. We sort of saying the best economic policy then, at least, was a vaccination. And this certainly played out. I think for countries, and you were talking about it earlier, commodity-driven countries, perhaps this is somewhat less of a factor to GDP when you have economies or countries or regions that are very dependent on receipts from travel and tourism. Think Indian Ocean Rim Islands typically. Think small economies like Botswana, Namibia in Southern Africa. Think Kenya to an extent. Think certain provinces in South Africa, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, which are highly dependent on tourism flows. The COVID story has certainly dramatically impacted this. And when I talk about marginalization, it's effectively marginalization measured through 4 flows. Each one it will be different in the nature of each economy. The 4 flows: trade in goods and products, less so; trade in services, particularly on the tourism side, dramatic impact trade in capital flows, reduction in foreign direct investment. And ultimately, which is very prevalent for us right now and will be into future, or globally, has been labor flows, i.e. people and talent flows. There's been significant barriers imposed on flows of labor over the course of the last 2 years. And this certainly reinforces the word I use, marginalization. So again, Nigeria is quite a sorry performer, to say the least. But vaccination rates, clearly these are countries, real or perceived levels of safety where people can interact, be it domestically or for foreign travel and the like, tourism and the like, and thus allow the continuity of the generation of GDP. And I think this 2021 story has certainly been a vaccination story. What started off as in most cases, what started off as a supply side constraint has quite rapidly morphed into a demand side constraint for a multitude of reasons, particularly in our part of the world. And this is something which I think we need to start to address in anticipation, possibly, who knows, of another wave coming through. So moving on, and again, as I said, is this issue of marginalization of the global South, and it talks to, these are some very recent World Bank slides that I put on the slide here. It just talks to the muted recovery, the inability of states to have a fiscal headspace, i.e., money, be it helicopter money or U.S. Fed style, to spend their way out of crisis and result in this dramatic recovery. If you're looking at sort of the U.S. recovery in the last year and a half, 2 years, it's the fastest recovery of the U.S. economy from any crisis ever, which is really quite dramatic. It just talks to the bazooka stimulus of the U.S. Fed, something that's certainly not the luxury that less developed countries have, particularly on our continent. And also the quality of the spend and the ability to using technological platforms to, you were mentioning earlier, the speaker was talking about future of work, the technological platforms allowing labor, the continuity of labor and generation of GDP in the process. So this is the issue that really sort of concerns me long term, is the economic scarring effect of damage to GDP that's come about through lockdowns, and most importantly, the marginalization, cutting off, albeit temporarily, from these four flows that I mentioned, again, depending on which economy we're talking about here. So I just put down 6 very generic themes for 2022, and recognition certainly to Ruchir Sharma, who I read an article in Financial Times, I think, a few weeks ago, which I found quite fascinating. And I've adapted some of this and added some of my own thinking around 6 key themes that we need to consider for 2022 at a macro level. Is if you are in China these days, this year or next perhaps will be China's peak population growth rate, peak population. The population is falling off a cliff. And we've always said that will China become rich before it becomes old? This was a debate that maybe a decade old, or been had for a decade. The answer is no. China will become old before it becomes rich on a per capita basis. And that effectively is what's happening. Now we see globally the decline in population, and this has been also exacerbated by the COVID situation the last 2 years. But Africa is the exception. I'm deeply skeptical of this phrase, which has been arguably hijacked by an FMCG agenda in the last 10 years or so, is this phrase demographic dividend. I don't believe that development, embedded development, i.e. Real development is an embedded middle class in a country, a middle class that is crisis resistant. That is development, I believe. And I don't believe that very high population growth rates somehow automatically result in development. I don't see that at all. And I think the most important ratio here is the ratio between productive employed workers and dependents. And when there's no point in having high population growth rate, when a large chunk of that population is not of working age, then they become dependents, not productivity enhancers or wealth generators. So this concerns me a great deal. And it's something which there's no correlation, I would say, between high population growth rate and development. Even I lived in Asia for many years in the 90s, and it's a fallacy. To the exact opposite happened. As a population growth rate started to drop dramatically, so these economies were growing at 6, 7, 8, 9% plus every year for a decade or 2 decades plus. The high growth came about with the reduction in population growth rate. This is something which we in Africa dramatically need to address. And some interesting lessons in recent times from a country like Bangladesh, arguably. Peak China. Have we reached peak China? The Chinese would say clearly not, but it's an interesting question. And China this year has had 3. China's a major investor, or at least financier of infrastructure. I think a large chunk of Nigeria's national debt is owed to China Exim Bank, China Development Bank, the so-called policy banks of Chinese state, who engage in strategic infrastructure lending. There's been 3 domestic issues in China that have impacted their growth trajectory. And this is all sort of self-caused, if you will. There's no external issue here. The first one, as I mentioned, is zero tolerance for COVID, which is cutting China off to an extent to certain flows. But at the same time, they're sort of restricting, and quite restrictive internally has been, and very erratic in recent times because of response to Omicron, has certainly undermined GDP to an extent. The second issue is the property sector. Property sector accounts for roughly 30% of China's GDP, and that has become more sluggish in light of recent scandals or lending issues. Evergrande, big property development company in China, one of the biggest, Exhibit A. And thirdly, the Chinese states clamped down on tech this last year, which has been quite surprising and very impactful to the domestic economy. But have we reached peak China? I think we've certainly reached peak Chinese capital lending to Africa. I think that passed quite a long time ago. I hope the interest in Africa continues, but it's up to African states to compete for Chinese capital rather than just expect it, through geopolitical means every 3 years at the BOCAC summit. Debt trap. The debt issue, of course, this is only natural. If we look at precedent, we go back to post-September 2008, the Atlantic financial crisis, the US Fed, etc., and Bank of England, quantitative easing. This has happened again. You can just see again, look at the case of Nigeria near the bottom, the significant increase in debt to GDP over the course of the last decade or so. But the real question is has it translated into real growth in the real economy? And that is a question which I think only the locals can answer. In South Africa's case, clearly it has not. Our debt has ballooned with no measurable positive return in terms of GDP growth. So it talks to the quality of the spend and how, ultimately it's not so much about the debt per se, it's about the servicing of that debt that's most important. Hence, countries in the EU, typically Japan, etc., even China, can run such significant levels of debt to GDP. But it's about the serviceability of the debt and the cost of the capital. We must not lose sight of. And again, inflation. This is the US is now, recent figures, I think it's 40-year high of inflation. Even a year ago in the US, a group of economists were debating, well, will the US Fed stimulus be inflationary? And a large number said no. And I think it was fairly obvious, saying that firstly, printing so much money, of course, is going to be inflationary with the amount of money in circulation. But secondly, also exacerbated by supply side constraints. And we see this particularly in the automotive industry in the US, which is a major contributor to inflation because of supply side constraints and inability to procure new vehicles. So that's playing out in various extents. But on the left-hand graph, recently from Bloomberg, thank you to Bloomberg for this, was you can just see the story of the next very soon, very, very soon, will be Fed tightening, so-called tapering, a word we learned in May 2013, when the US started to reduce its bond purchases, i.e. no more free money, particularly emerging markets and certain economies, South Africa's included there, Egypt's included from Africa, are considered to be very vulnerable. So this is going to be a very, I think, tough year on the currency front in 2022 for many emerging markets or aspirant emerging markets. Point 5 is, it's effectively it's Beijing versus Omicron right now. Can China contain Omicron? This is we'll know in the next 2 to 3 months. We've seen shutdowns of towns, cities, villages in China. The key issue is, from a supply chain perspective, global trade is amongst the world's busiest ports. A large number are in China. And will these ports, even if one case of COVID is discovered, the port is shut down. It has been in recent months. This poses significant risk for global supply chain issues. I'll speed up things a little bit. Quick marginalization of Global South. I already spoke about this. And this concerns me no end. It's up to African countries to make themselves much more attractive to capital through liberalization, through true structural reform. Again, that's unique in each domestic context. Structural reform is a nice phrase of putting, where you could actually say politically difficult to do reform would be similar, or reform that counters or challenges accumulated political vested interests. That's what structural reform is. And without that, I'm afraid the marginalization will continue. So the Nigerian outlook, I won't talk about this because I think, all the experts are in your room and not mine. Just one thing on the oil price. I'm going to think back in terms of recent history. Oil price rebounded dramatically post-September 2008 on the back of the US Fed, massive stimulus, enormous amount of speculation in oil price. It was less demand-driven as it was speculation-driven. That ended in tears, if you recall, in July 2014, when the oil price started its dramatic decline south. I was in Abuja I remember thinking back in May 2014. And we had the World Economic Forum Africa Summit. And there was enormous amount of positivity and enthusiasm around Nigeria and assets and valuations, etc. And everyone was doing a deal. And no one asked one question in that World Economic Forum, the smartest people in the room, over the course of 3 days. No one asked the question, so what if oil becomes half price? Oil at the time was around $120 a barrel. Within a short period, it dropped down to $27, $28 a barrel, and the bottom fell out. So as we know, predicting the oil price is a total mug's game, I would say. So what's going to happen now? The indicator now is that there's still some strong tailwinds for triple-digit oil, potentially, which is good news for Nigeria. The differentiator this time around, seemingly, and this has been covered recently in the press, is that the ballast for oil price used to be the frackers in the US fracking industry, where it was, South Dakota, a fracker in South Dakota could influence the oil price effectively, where there was significant investment going to the sector, and that resulted in dampening down the prices very rapidly. Seemingly now in the fracking industry is the profits are no longer being invested into new infrastructure or new wells, new operations. They're being taken off the table and putting it back into the pockets of shareholders and financiers. There's seemingly, this time round, there seems to be significantly less reaction by the fracking industry count as a ballast to reduce that oil price down. Now, this is very good news for Nigeria. It's bad news for countries like Kenya or East Africa generally, South Africa, who are net importers of oil. Roughly 1/4 of our import bill is oil. So I think the general sense is, I wouldn't say consensus, but sense is that there's still some robust tailwinds for an oil price to remain pretty buoyant going forward. and this is good news for Nigeria. So to conclude, again, what a very pleasant surprise, should I say, is, and a very positive, is Nigeria has been a perennial underspender on infrastructure, measured by gross fixed capital formation spend. We all know the infrastructure deficit in Nigeria is significant. I think the figure is something like $3 trillion, something ridiculous over the course of the next 10, 20 years. I seem to recall reading that. But what has happened in the last 3 to 4 years is it's turning the corner and it's rising to a very, very healthy level of 30%, which is a magic number. All successful countries, think Asia, have roughly had about a 30% infrastructure spend to GDP, measured by gross fixed capital formation over the course of a generation or so. If this figure can be maintained at 30% going forward, that would arguably provide you with a 2.5–3% GDP base growth before you do anything else, which is fantastic. And just as some other comparative economies there, China always shoots the lights out in infrastructure spend. Ethiopia has as well, but tapering off in recent times. But the 30% is a magic number. Anything under 20% is a really bad performance. That's South Africa, Brazil, and a few others. And then the Chinese and Asian economies typically 25–30% plus. So this is an extremely positive story. So that's my time, I'm afraid, is up. Happy to take any questions, debate, argument even, but just want to share some thoughts of some near-term thoughts as to what is happening globally and how this could play out, particularly in our part of the world and more specifically in Nigeria. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Martins. I think that was really quite insightful, looking at what's happening in Africa and globally. So there are quite a number of questions that are popping up from your presentation. You will have that opportunity of answering those questions during the panel session. So we are asking that you join the panelists so that questions relating to your presentation can you have that opportunity to answer some of the questions. Thank you once again, Dr. Martin Davis,
Thank you.
for the presentation. So without wasting much more time, I will just move over to the first panel discussion, which is on economic outlook, sustainable growth, and infrastructure funding. Now, to moderate this session, I have my colleague, Dr. Bola Adigun. So, Bola, over to you.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. This is going to be the first panel discussion for this session, and I couldn't have a better panel to discuss the topic: economic outlook, sustainable economic growth, and infrastructure financing. Quickly, I'll just introduce my panelists. The first person is Dr. Shubham, who is the country director, World Bank. Then also we have Mr. Uche Oji, who is the managing director and chief executive officer, Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority, NSIA. We also have on the panel Mr. Ben Akabueze, who is the Director General, Budget Office, Federal Republic of Nigeria. And then last but not the least, we have Dr. Martin Davis, Managing Director, Emerging Markets and Africa at Deloitte. So you agree with me that we have a very experienced and qualified panel to discuss this topic: economic outlook, sustainable economic growth, and infrastructure financing. I mean, to set the context, right? Nigeria recorded GDP growth of 5.01 and 4.03 in Q2 and Q3 2021, respectively. And the GDP growth for 2022 is projected at 2.8 by the World Bank and 4.2 by the federal government of Nigeria. And you also agree with me that sustainable and quality infrastructure play a critical role in every economy, because this is important to ensure that the economic conditions provide the necessary platform to support the economic growth and aspirations of the government. For example, the 2022 Appropriation Act that was passed demonstrates an expenditure of 17.13 trillion, out of which just about 30% is set aside for capital projects. So, I mean, I'll go into the questions. The modality would be, I'll go through each of the panelists. I'll go one question each across each of the panelists. We'll take 3 questions. And then on the back of that, we'll take some questions from the Q&A from our audience before I then allow each of the panelists to provide their closing remarks. So I'll start with Dr. Shubhams. My first question to you. The World Bank has estimated that the 2021 GDP growth for Nigeria at 2.1%, and also estimated a 2.8% growth for 2022. This reflects an improved economic activity or an improved economic outlook. Also, data from the NBS, the National Bureau of Statistics, shows that the country expects to have a GDP growth of about 3.18%. So my question to you, Dr. Shubhams, is how does the recently approved NDP 2020 and the Appropriation Act of 2022 help to drive this sustainable growth that we're talking about? And also the follow-up question to that is, what are the fiscal and monetary policies that the country needs to put in place to ensure that it remains on the path of sustained economic growth and is able to achieve the higher projected GDP growth rate in 2022? So what are the fiscal and monetary policies that the country needs to put in place? Over to you, Dr. Shubhams. Thank you.
Thank you, Bola, and good morning or good afternoon to everyone. Look, let me just start by saying that our projections for 2021 growth mid-year, about June, was 1.8% for Nigeria. Since then, we're gone up to about 2.7. Similarly, for 2022, mid-year, we had anticipated a recovery coming in, but a modest one, 2.1. Now we're saying 2022 growth would be about 2.8. So clearly, some of the numbers from the second and third quarter, which showed a partial rebound, has made us upgrade our thinking about Nigeria's prospects in 2022. And then we're all very happy that Nigeria's economy did better in 2021 than we had all feared. But I do want to draw your attention to the fact that 2.8%, or even the government's 4.2% growth, relative to a population growth of about 2.6%, and relative to a growing and a young population, about 3.3 million young Nigerians come of working age every year. So the question is the growth ultimately creating enough better, good jobs? And then that's really the focus of all our efforts here. How can we help Nigeria realize its potential? In the first decade or so of the 2000s, Nigeria was one of the outliers. It was averaging about 7% growth a year, GDP growth a year. And that's the kind of growth we've seen in many parts of Asia, which have led to the sustained reduction in poverty that Nigeria aspires to. This lifting 100 million Nigerians out of poverty. So we think, the new medium-term national development plan, or even the earlier one, the ERGP, it has all the right ingredients. So let me speak frankly. And then the plan itself acknowledges it. It's not the plan, it's the implementation. And, if you look at all the ingredients of the ERGP, we could have said if Nigeria had managed to implement what is even half of what's in there, it would have made tremendous progress. Now, obviously, there were the global shocks which got in the way, and that will always happen. But even so, and Nigeria did respond to the COVID-induced crisis, which for Nigeria was less on the public health front, was more on the socio-economic front. But there's also a sense in which many of the plans, the implementation has not been as thorough, as robust, as timely as Nigeria needs. That has to do with partly the political structure. Nigeria is a large, complicated federation, much like India, where I come from. So I'm familiar with that. But I guess the point is not the content of the plan, but the implementation. So we what's in there makes a lot of sense and are all the right things. You asked about the specific fiscal and monetary policies that we think would help sustain and then actually not just meet the government's target for 2022, exceed that and sustain it. On the fiscal front, I think it's no secret. We think that Nigeria has a choice and then really as a national consensus needs to direct its public fiscal resources towards investments in its people, starting with the children, but youth, etc. So human capital, whether it's basic education, through tertiary, whether it's primary healthcare, and investments in critical infrastructure. Okay, the private sector cannot thrive without these kinds of investments. A lot of the financing will eventually come from the private sector, including, say, in power generation, etc. But the government needs to kickstart. So I'm happy to see Uche Oji here to talk about where the government will contribute. But it's a lot of it is about the enabling environment, about the policy and regulatory clarity and predictability. Right now, the way in which the Federation's resources are being directed, and DG Ben is also here, he can speak to that. We've pointed out that Nigeria could end up spending close to 2.5 to 3 trillion naira this year. Spending in the sense of foregone revenues, because it will go towards subsidizing the price of PMS. We think that's a choice that Nigeria has. There has to be a national consensus about that. Those 2.5 trillion, can it be put to better, more productive, more pro-poor uses? So that's the question we pose. We think that the government's ability to finance a lot of the necessary investments will be constrained by the, kind of globally low levels of revenue Nigeria currently earns. 7% of GDP. There are only two other countries that are below that, and those are Yemen and Somalia, I believe. Okay, 7% of GDP cannot sustain a state. Okay. Now, Nigeria has managed to spend about 12% of GDP. That's largely come on the back of large fiscal deficits. There, too, there's an issue of how one finances the fiscal deficit. A lot of the reliance in the past has been on the ways and means, which essentially is resort to central bank financing, which in turn is not only high cost, but contributes to the to us, what we see as a pretty immediate problem of very high rates of inflation, which have a direct impact on the poor. We've said over the last year that millions of Nigerians are being pushed into poverty just by the fact that prices, including of essential items, are growing by double digits, 17, 20, 25% year on year. Okay, so on the fiscal front, I think to support the recovery, but not just support it at these levels of 3% or even 4%, but to really accelerate quality of spending, actually putting the fiscal resources towards direct investments in people and in infrastructure. On the monetary and other fronts, I think it has to do with managing inflation. We think that some of the, there's a link to the fiscal, but also there's a link to the exchange rate management and other policies. A lot of the rise in inflation do have to do with trade and exchange currency restrictions in terms of imports of certain items. We completely support the agenda of increasing domestic value added, but the supply response will take time. And in the meantime, what one needs to attract, the capital inflows, foreign currency inflows into the country, one needs predictability and clarity in terms of access to foreign exchange. Okay, as other countries have seen their foreign currency capital inflows, portfolio inflows even recover, Nigeria hasn't. And we think that's partly because of uncertainty or lack of clarity around the exchange rate management and access to FX. Lastly, I heard Dr. Martin talk about the prospects for Nigeria, the implications for Nigeria of the increase in crude oil prices. Ironically, Nigeria is at a point now where that may not be such a good thing because, oil production can go up and therefore crude oil revenues may, increase, which in some sense is a good thing. But if the fiscal cost of PMS subsidies, gasoline subsidies will also go up. And right now, it's hard to come up with an exact estimate, but our sense is that further oil price increases in oil prices may actually end up having a net negative impact on Federation revenues. It's not guaranteed. We hope it'll be a positive impact, but so it will help, broader economy, but in terms of the direct impact on the fiscal situation or on the balance of payments, it's a bit more complicated than one might think. Let me stop there. Thanks.
Thank you very much. My next question is to Mr. Uche Orji. One of the mandates of the NSIA is to enhance the development of infrastructure through investment in domestic infrastructure projects that meet your financial return targets. According to some empirical research, 80% of Africa's infrastructure projects fail at the feasibility study and the business plan stage, which includes, for example, delays in obtaining permits, licenses, or even inability to agree on risk allocation or securing offtake agreements for the projects to become bankable. So my question to you, Mr. Orji, is how does the NSIA facilitate and manage investment in domestic infrastructure despite these challenges? So how have you been able to overcome some of these challenges? And how does it ensure that these infrastructure projects provide the necessary return, both from a qualitative perspective and a quantitative perspective? How do I mean qualitative? Qualitative being bridging the infrastructure gaps that we have in Nigeria, and quantitative being providing the right levels of return to your investors. So how have you been able to achieve this? Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Chaudhry, for your comments. I thought they were very, very insightful on a number of points. So let me speak to the specifics of NSIA's roles in managing some of the challenges regarding infrastructure investments. I think, first of all, your observation is right. A high number of projects do fail at the very early stages. And they also experience other real economic challenges that have to do with, for example, cost escalation. Building infrastructure in an inflationary environment is a very challenging target to handle. And also, many of the matters you raised are matters that, especially like obtaining licenses and permits and risk allocation, different sets of issues that are handled differently. So I'll take an example. I like to speak with case studies, right? So we invested in a project in Nasarawa State about 5 years ago. It was a project that involved agri-processing, and so there was an element of pure agriculture investments. Was also a big element of agri-processing, which was the bulk of the capital infrastructure. And we went in partnership with a company out of Holland called UFF, which is backed by Old Mutual. A number of issues arose. The first issue was obviously the issue of permits and licensing. And this is really kind of the role the NSIA plays. We're owned by the federal government. We're also owned by the state governments. So we do have access to have those conversations. But the NSIA also carries itself like a private sector entity. So when we go into these conversations, we make sure we have the right matrix of risk allocation between ourselves, the states, and also with regards to the EPC contractor. Some of the challenges we see is that most people that go into infrastructure either do not have the development capital necessary to actually dimension some of these risks, hiring the right consulting firm, hiring the right law firm, and just being able to work through some of these issues in detail. We've done a number of things. One is where we're investors or where people invite us to invest, we take on some of these roles ourselves. The NSI also created 1.5% of its infrastructure fund to facilitate project development. The second element of challenge in infrastructure investments is just the inability, or we still do have what I will call voids in our financial markets infrastructure. So what do I mean by that? If you're investing in infrastructure in some developed markets, there are all sorts of credit enhancement entities, from insurance companies to credit guarantee companies, that are available to make it easy for you to raise the right type of financial instruments. When we started investing in infrastructure in Nigeria 10 years ago, when NSIA started, realized there was need to create some of these entities. So one of the areas the NSIA has played a very strong role is in creating some of this financial market infrastructure. Take credit enhancement, for example, or bond guarantees. It didn't exist. We created InfraCredit from scratch, from inside the NSIA. Now it's got investors and it's become an independent entity. And what do? They provide bond guarantees for infrastructure funds. We've also facilitated other entities from Mortgage Refinancing Company to Development Bank of Nigeria, and we continue to work through this. Nigeria is in emerging markets, and by that it means that you do have voids in your financial market infrastructure. So the NSIA plays a very important role in filling this out, either by sponsoring these entities or investing in them. The third element, obviously, has to do with just ensuring that you do have the capacity and the term to stick it out. So most infrastructure investments are not financeable with bank loans. So 5-year investments in bank loan is just not going to work. And I think to that extent, we do have a long-term horizon. We have a 20-year horizon for infrastructure investments. We have concessions for 25 years plus 25 years. Just being able to have that tenure in the financial instruments that you have is another way to address it. And the final point we make is that we try as much as possible to ensure that most of what we invest in is in local currency. To the extent that you are going to be investing in infrastructure with foreign currency in the environment we're in, there are many ways to de-risk that, but it's always tricky. Of course, machinery and equipment and turbines and stuff like that, you might need to, of course, you have no choice. But there, as much as possible, some of the things like road construction, those should be financed with domestic currency. So just as some of the things that we have done, but I would just summarize it by saying 3 or 4 things. One is we participate with our co-investors in ensuring that we have the dialogue at the states, the federal and the local government levels to ensure some of these issues are handled, and also dealing with all the NDAs who are in charge of permits. And secondly, we have created a project development pool of capital. Thirdly, we have invested in financial markets infrastructure to make it easy. And one of the things that's happened of late, and I would like to speak to most people here, is that many of the state governments now have investment development agencies. Kaduna State has KADIPA, that is a one-stop shop that handles a lot of these issues. And we're encouraging many more states to create those. Infrastructure is built not at the federal level. The federal government doesn't really have land outside of the FCT. It's built at the state levels. So making sure that the states have all these facilities to make it work, it's helped a lot. And then you had Emeka for speaking earlier, the Investment Promotion Council. All of these entities have become more active now. And I think, it's still work in progress, yes. Do we face frustrations and challenges? Yes. But I will just end with one last comment. Let us not assume that this is just a Nigeria-only problem. Infrastructure projects all over the world face the same exact challenges that you've outlined. I went through a case recently. I was teaching a class, and we went through a few infrastructure projects that were built in other places. And one of the favorite places is the Hamburg Opera House with Germany, with all the efficiencies. First, it was 7 years over time, and it was 10 times the cost when it was finished. And this is Germany, okay? So the point I'm making is, let's not walk away thinking this is just our problem locally. It happens everywhere. Private sector investment in infrastructure is a difficult engagement. In an emerging market situation, it's more difficult, but it's not impossible. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Ochioji. One thing that has echoed from the presentation from Dr. Martins to the response from Dr. Shubhams and to your response, Mr. Oji, is private sector. So my next question goes to Dr. Martins. The private sector holds the key to growth, whether it's a developing economy or a developed market. Businesses and industries in an economy are funded by the financial system. And so the financial system provides the necessary support for business operations, for increase in economic activities, and in order to crystallize domestic trade. So my question to you, Dr. Martins, is that what policies do you think the country needs to put in place to revitalize the private sector and to make that the investment flow that we expect, to see this become a reality? So what, in your view, are the key policies that should be in place to ensure private sector investment and support for the economic growth and aspirations of a country? Nigeria in this case, for example? Over to you.
Bola, thank you. So I won't make specific comments rather about Nigeria, which I don't know enough about, but more sweeping comments from an African perspective. I believe one of the biggest handbrakes to growth and development is the vested interest of a state in key utility assets, i.e., loosely translates as an unwillingness often to allow private capital to play, whether through partial or full privatization. This has been, what we're seeing now is that through COVID, I think what happened is, coming back to the oil price issue, Nigeria, like many other West African economies down to Angola, are entirely not so much commodity dependent as single commodity dependent. And this results in a complacency. We saw this post 2008, 2009 crisis. As soon as the oil price sort of goes back up high, there seems to be a structural reform agenda that goes into reverse gear, arguably. I think, again, through this, we will look back one day in the not too distant future from this COVID period and pose the question, did states, it's not about what states do in terms of, I mentioned it, fiscal headspace and, allocating capital. And it's about to what extent did states liberalize and truly learn from the crisis, liberalize, privatize in many cases, create a far more enabling environment for investment, both domestic and foreign, and allow private participation, as you allude to, Bola, in the economy. The countries that do that will be rewarded by capital and ultimately rewarded in labor markets with growth and all those nice things. So again, people always say, don't waste a good crisis. Maybe it's not too early, but it's certainly relevant to ask the question is, are we learning from the crisis now of COVID? And are states reforming and liberalizing as a result? I have a nice chart I put together for various countries. It's sort of a spectrum of reform. And on the far left, it's sort of counter-reform, where states often continue doing the wrong thing, just reinforcing bad practice. And to sort of the green part of the spectrum, the best part is strong reform. And you always see the sort of the utility assets typically in the far left, the counter-reform. And there's some, I think in telcos, typically you'll see more reform on the sort of green part of it. But as you allude to, private capital is the ultimate driver determinant of growth here. And states need to disrupt themselves and counter those vested interests I said earlier.
Thank you very much. I think my next question is to Mr. Bernard Kabuisi, and it's going to be around budget infrastructure. So Nigeria's infrastructure deficit is estimated at about $100 billion annually, and only about 30% of the 2022 budget of 17.1 trillion has been allocated to capital projects or capital expenditure. My question to you, sir, is what are the plans to supplement the allocated amount in order to bridge the expansive deficit in Nigeria's infrastructure? Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to be able to join this panel. First of all, when you talk about the $100 billion, price tag or required infrastructure, we're not talking about just the federal government. So when you say that, when you refer to the Nigerian budget of 17.13 trillion, you're talking about the federal government's budget. Infrastructure is a matter on the concurrent legislative list. So you need to also aggregate the spend of all of the states and local governments to actually then get the public sector, the magnitude of spend of the public sector on infrastructure. Having said that, the reality is whether you go back to the National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan, or whether you go back to Vision 2020, or you look even more currently at the National Development Plan 2021 to 2025, it is and has always been envisaged that the private sector would, be responsible for the larger, proportion of the expenditure on infrastructure. So if you take the NDP 2021 to 2025, for instance, the sizing of the investment required over the planned period is about 348 trillion, of which only 49 trillion is projected to come from government, 29 from the federal and 20 from the subnational governments. And so the aggregate proportion to come from government there is 14%, 86% is projected to come from the private sector. So rather than a fixation around how much is coming from the budget, is really about, we need to focus more on the discussion about what do we need to do and what could we do, better both from the government and private sector perspective to actually make this, the required investment from the private sector happen. Having said that, there are also, other institutions and special purpose vehicles being driven by government to increase the expenditure on infrastructure. The NSIWA, which runs, is a key example of that. It's a lot that is happening. Major infrastructure projects. There are major infrastructure projects currently going on that don't feature in the budget. The Lagos-Ibadan Expressway is not on the budget. The Apapa-Oworonshoki Expressway is not on the budget. The second Niger Bridge is not on the budget. The Abuja, Kanu Expressway is not on the budget. And these are infrastructure, projects. So let's not just look at the budget. You may also be aware of the initiative of the Infraco, which again NSIA is involved in setting up along with the central bank, which projects to be able to raise up to 15 trillion naira for investment in infrastructure, and that's then funding that can be further leveraged by the Infraco to grow spending on infrastructure.
Okay. I think the point is very well noted, and I think it just still brings us back to the fact that the government is not able to fully actualize all this initiative, and private sector do have a very critical and important role to play in if we are to address these, if we are to achieve economic growth and address our infrastructure deficit challenges. I think my next question will I'll come back to Dr. Shubhams for my next question. And it is still on sustainable economic growth. I know you had mentioned that Nigeria seems to be able to come up with very good policies, but we lack proper implementation. So my question to you, sustainable economic growth takes place in an environment where the government is able to boost output levels, create jobs, and ensure a better life for present and future generations. Nigeria, with its current per capita income, is suggested to be far from achieving sustainable economic growth. So my question to you, in addition to your initial comments, which were very insightful, what other steps do you suggest that the government at all levels should put in place to plug this trend? And also, what should be the ideology of the nation's economic planners in crafting and implementing programs that will enable human development and shared prosperity? Over to you, Dr. Shubhams.
Okay, if I knew the full answer to that, and look, this is a hard nut to crack, right? And then I'll have to say that what it is, my take on this, and then I come at it from having worked pretty much in every country in Asia, and then as I said, having worked in places like Indonesia and India, which are also large multi-ethnic countries with significant diversity and subnational, interests. at the end of the day, it's not an economic response. And so I'm stepping out of my technical zone to say this. It is a matter of consensus amongst the elites. Okay. The countries that have succeeded in sparking sustainable inclusive growth are the countries where there has been a consensus among the elites. It doesn't have to be universal, that their interests are served by growing the national pie. Elites everywhere are interested in having a bigger piece of the pie, but there's a difference between elites who see that by growing the national pie, their piece of the pie will grow, versus elites who are still debating over their share of a shrinking national pie. And in Nigeria, that, in a sense, is the consensus that's still to be had. And from that will stem a lot of things. Right now, there's that trust between the citizens and the state, the trust between the federal and the subnationals isn't quite there to, so it's a problem of collective action that we've seen in many other countries. And how does that get overcome? Without that, you will not get implementation, proper coordinated implementation. So Nigeria's, the history of Nigeria's development in the last 4 decades, I describe as sort of being on the surface of the ocean, buffeted by swells that are determined by oil price movements. I think we've said real per capita GDP in Nigeria today is pretty much what it was 4 decades ago, 1982, 81, 82. Okay, there have been periods of going up, periods of going down, as opposed to a country like Indonesia, which started off well below Nigeria. But if you take this metaphor, it looks like a submarine missile shooting out from underneath water and has kind of crossed Nigeria sometime in the late 80s. But Nigeria's potential, human potential is, and an economic potential is no less. I would even argue it's far greater. So it's my answer to you. It's not about economics. I mean, the things that need to be done are about economics and economic and development policy, but what it will take to get there is about a political consensus.
Interesting. Okay, so I think I will come to Dr. Uche. Mr. Uche Orji, my apologies. This is still on infrastructure financing. I know when Mr. Kabweze was talking, he mentioned Infraco. So my question to you, the executive order on the road infrastructure development and refurbishment investment tax credit scheme is aimed at encouraging public-private partnerships to bridge the road infrastructure deficit in the country. We also expect Nigeria's infrastructure company, Infraco, established by the president in 2021 to become operational soon. This establishment is expected to be managed and funded by the CBN, NSIA, and the AFC. My specific question to you, therefore, is what are the specific functions of the Infraco relative to the NSIA? And what are the plans to monitor and measure these infrastructure development initiatives in order to ensure that we achieve optimal results and improvement in the standard of living of the average Nigerian from all these federal government initiatives and activities? So this is my question to you, Mr. Orji.
Thank you very much. So there are probably about 3 or 4, maybe 3 main initiatives that are designed to bring in private participation into infrastructure. And the NSIA is involved in 2 of them, in addition to NSIA's own capital that also goes into infrastructure. So let me there are quite a number of questions in what you asked. So let me unpack them one by one. So let me start with what these programs are first before I start addressing your questions. There's the Presidential Infrastructure Development Fund, which is managed by the NSIA. That project brings some bit of government capital, NSIA capital, and we're raising third-party capital. And that's a project that's handling Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Second Niger Bridge, and Abuja-Kano Road, which Mr. Kabweze spoke to earlier. Then there's Infraco. So NSI manages PIDF, right? And I think the evidence suggests that these projects are on time and on target, which is something you may not have been able to achieve if it was purely budgetary financing. Infraco is an extension of such a scheme. This time around, there are three sponsors of Infraco: Central Bank of Nigeria, the NSIA, and the Africa Finance Corporation. And interestingly, Infraco's first investment as an entity is actually going to be in some of the projects that the NSI is already driving in the PIDF. Infraco has 4 external portfolio managers whose job it is to work with the Infraco company to raise external capital to drive a multiple number of projects. From an NSI perspective, Infraco is another investment vehicle that we have invested in and set up. If we are to use a GPLP terminology, we're a limited partner there. Although it's an investment trust structure that we're using for Infraco. And we believe that in that structure, they can actually raise substantial capital domestically and in some cases internationally. And they'll be involved in so many projects, from hard infrastructure like roads to power to rail to IT to networking technology and all sorts of things that they have in their pipeline. From an NSI perspective, Infraco has 4 portfolio managers. And we believe that you need many more of these type of entities addressing the size of infrastructure problems we have. NSI by itself is just one entity. And we believe that by enabling many more, we can achieve more. So look at it as an investment made by the NSIA. The MD of NSIA sits on the board of Infraco. It's an investment trust structure that will enhance whatever NSIA is doing to actually drive infrastructure investments. Now, you spoke about the Road Trust Fund, which is a tax credit scheme that allows companies to, in lieu of paying their taxes, to actually address certain key infrastructure projects. I think the government went into this because we want to work with the efficiency that is involved in the way the private sector executes projects. And as Dr. Ben mentioned, the Apapa-Worosoki Road, that road has been bad forever until it was given through the Road Trust Fund to Dangote Group. And you drive on that road now, it's done, right? The cement road, so it's got a very long warranty. Again, it's about speed, it's about efficiency, it's about the consistency of your investment into those roads, which you believe the private sector would play a role. So if I sat back and looked at how NSIA views these things, the NSIA is one investment company with its own infrastructure fund. The NSIA has LP investments across many vehicles. In private equity, for example, which is not infrastructure, we have more than 40 GPs into which we have invested, both domestically and internationally. And so we look at this also as another one of those investments that we make into vehicles that can help us achieve more and target more. So it is not in conflict with the NSIA. We're investors in it. We don't want to be the bottleneck, because with NSI as one entity, it's difficult for us to address everything. But having now, along with the central bank and AFC, enabled Infraco, we have 4 other managers dedicated to Infraco with the flexibility to raise external capital. Again, that's another constraint for the NSIA. The NSIA, being a sovereign wealth fund, cannot leverage too much, because let's not forget our real mandate. So we cannot do that. Infraco can do that. So it's an investment by the NSIA in a vehicle that can do more than NSIA can because of the limitations of its law and the way it operates. So I hope that clears up the role of the NSIA, the role of Infraco, and the role of all these vehicles. And I think a more pertinent question to ask is, how did we even end up creating all these entities? The truth is, look, and Dr. Sakabweze will mention this, historical contribution from the budget to certain key infrastructure projects never exceeded 10%. And if you're building a road project and every year you're just putting 10%, the contractor mobilizes, demobilizes, some of the things he builds get washed away, you lose some of that, he restarts afresh. This is why some of these projects never finish. So the government came to the determination that we need to have other schemes, extra budgetary schemes that involve the ability of private sector to invest. And it's come at a good time for Nigeria, because just as the pension funds are building to a certain size, the pension funds have now also modified their investment policy statements to allow them to invest up to 20% in infrastructure. So all of these schemes and initiatives are all coming together at a point that we're also creating investment outlets through Infraco, through the PIDF, and NSS ability to facilitate projects. You talk about when it brings improvement to the life of the average Nigerian. So let me take you through some examples. Apapa-Worosoki Road, completed in record time, I think under 2 years. Second Niger Bridge, we will be coupling the bridge, and that's a $700 million investment, actually. We'll be coupling that bridge hopefully by March, latest April. The final beams are in, and you actually do have a bridge. The first phase will be commissioned before the end of this year. Again, this was a project that has been in the drawing works for more than 30 years. Okay, and it got executed through the PIDF scheme between 2018 and 2022. Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, when you drive that road, largely you know that there's, most of the pavement of the road is done. We're 77%, 80% completed. What's left is all the big flyovers that need to be done at certain parts of that road. That's what's causing the traffic at the moment. Time for completion again, end of this year. So, and again, this is 2018 to 2022. So these projects, again, have been on drawing boards for decades. So in terms of bringing value to the life of the average Nigerian, I hope all these completion timelines that we have seen within a record time actually answers that question. We have a big deficit. We cannot have enough of these schemes. Quite frankly, anything that can bring in private sector into the project is very important. I will make one last point to what the private sector brings. And I'll take to Second Niger Bridge because that was a project we were involved in from day one in terms of designing and running it. We have not had any variation of cost in the last 4 years of that project because risk allocation was properly identified at the beginning. It was designed around the scheme that transferred a lot of risk to the contract. And this is really how you design some of these projects to ensure that you limit how much risk you take on as a government. Make sure your design is done properly before you embark on the project. Without those things, we end up having all these challenges. And like I said at the beginning, in my earlier comments, we see this everywhere. It's not just Nigeria, by the way. If you study many infrastructure projects from all over the world, the same challenges we face here, people face them in all places. It just happens that we have a high inflationary environment and therefore we need to be more careful. So these schemes will bring private sector discipline. And private sector people will not invest unless they can actually extract returns. We also hope that this will make it more sustainable going forward because the budgetary system does not really focus on some of those things like returns. And without returns, you cannot be sustainable. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much those insights are very, very helpful. I think at this point, I would like to go to Dr. Martin. So Dr. Martin, from your presentation earlier, you raised some questions. You raised some very valid points around debt trap and the levels of debt of certain countries, including Nigeria. So the question to you is, there have been concerns raised around the increased borrowing by the Nigerian government. However, from your presentation, Dr. Martin, it seems economies like US and China are also borrowing to sustain their economy, especially post-COVID period. What are your suggestions around allaying the concerns of Nigerians around the debt levels of the country? Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks, Bola. I was looking at some of the comments and questions, and someone was talking about a 40% sort of ceiling. I think again, this is all pre-2020, is the sort of unspoken headline figure for the emerging market was somewhere around 60%. That was seen to be the sort of red zone, where beyond which it becomes problematic and your debt becomes unserviceable and all bad things happen there afterwards. That limit has been lifted. Arguably, it depends on the economy. So South Africa was always at that sort of like late 50s level. Let me just rewind. If we go back to 2008, we've seen this, you would have seen my slide, the blowout in debt over the course of the last decade has been dramatic in many cases. The COVID period just added maybe an extra 20, 25% in many cases because of the spend. The real issue for me is firstly, and I posed the question, this is a very rhetorical question, both historical for the last 10 years, more recent for the last 2, is this increased spend, yes, there's a humanitarian support to an extent in terms of protecting the most vulnerable in society, and that is what's happened in many cases. We have basic income grants and temporary support measures, and just making sure that people have the absolute basics, food on the table to survive through very tough times. But beyond that the question is, has this stimulus resulted in real growth? And I always ask myself a question is, what is the quality of the spend? Are we getting the necessary return for the spend that's reflecting on the sort of debt issues? I think the jury's out in many cases. Again, with a spending must come reform. You can't divorce these issues, of course. And in my sense, often I've said, much of the structural reform is for free. We talk about Nigeria, we talk about South Africa, we talk about Kenya, and we're saying that, we need investment into infrastructure. Well, often it's not asking government for a check. It's asking government to liberalize and allow private capital to play. We're seeing that in our power sector now, where we're seeing that, literally in the last 4 or 5 months in South Africa, with the liberalization of the cap, 100 megawatt cap for mining companies, or pretty much anybody, to generate their own power. We've seen already in the mining sector already, you have 1/3 of national grid in terms of the equivalent of 1/3 of national grid is currently being applied by private sector to generate own capacity. How much did it cost government? Zero. It was just a reform issue. So for me, it's the debt is one thing, but I think maybe reform and liberalization is equal or even greater impact going forward. And I think governments need to think about this is not so much a spending out of crisis approach as it is a liberalizing out of crisis, because the money will come. The money will providing this opportunity there, private capital will come into invest, providing it's allowed to.
Thank you very much. I think I would like to go to Mr. Kabuzi now. And it's still around the budget, the country's budget. So with Nigeria's growing budget deficit, what policies on from a capital budgeting framework can we expect from the government to guarantee an alignment between the budget and the country's strategic priorities? And a follow-on question to that is around the sustainable level of the country's debt, because we know that increasingly a significant amount of the budget is set aside for debt service. So, what is the thinking of the government and what strategies needs to be put in place to ameliorate the impact of this? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Well, first of all, until the 2017 budget, Nigeria actually, at least the federal government, had no policy, or rule regarding how much of the budget needed to be dedicated to capital expenditure. In fact, from the 2017 budget, we set a rule. It's to target at least 30%, and since then we've mostly, met that ratio. So what you've seen, therefore, also is an increase in terms of the allocation. The next challenge then was actually then funding, that allocation and actually getting the spending done. In 2020 and 2021, we achieved 100% funding of the capital budget. And so in both years, to ensure, therefore, that whatever capital releases had been made to MDAs as of 31st of December that remained unutilized because, there are rules around the maximum, advance payment you could make, with the Finance Act 2020, that issue went up to 30% from 15% that is provided for in the Public Procurement Act. So you're able to do a bit more. But beyond that, then MDA, contractors have to finish and the work certified before they get paid. You have the challenge of the procurement, process. The ceilings, despite the significant inflation now trend that we have seen, the thresholds for approvals haven't changed for many, for many years. So what you're seeing is therefore some kind of, there's the procurement process is constituting some kind of clog. There's a bottleneck which needs to be debottled, and I mean, the clog that, and there is action being taken in that respect. So in 2020 and 2021, for 2020 and 2021 budgets, as far as we are concerned, we classify the capital budget as fully funded and expended. For the 2021 budget, there has been an extension up to up to March. Essentially, all of those, the full budget has been funded by the 1st March. It is now to allow MDAs to walk through the processes, making sure the projects are completed and certified and they effect payment. That's what the extension is about. In the past, what would have happened was there's an abrupt recall of those funds. And so contractors, maybe, then raise certificates. The MDAs are not able to pay those certificates, and they contribute to a backlog of, obligations to contractors. So that's, to clarify. So the simple answer to your question, how much of the 2021 capital budget we expect to do is 100%. So I think that's then you asked about the crowding out effect on increasing debt service commitment on the funding that is available for capital expenditure. That is a real problem, and that's not top of of the line fiscal challenge at the moment. But what do we need to do to do this? Simple. We need to grow revenues. We need to focus keenly on domestic, revenue mobilization. And let me acknowledge the support, that we're getting from the World Bank in that respect. Currently designing a program, accelerated revenue mobilization, program. So we need to do that. We have, based strategic revenue growth initiative. The Finance Act 2021 has been probably easily our boldest thrust on the policy on legislative front in recent times in terms of concrete actions to actually, grow the revenues. We believe that as you grow the revenues, which is the denominator of that ratio, then the debt service to revenue ratio, which is begins to to reduce, and your revenue to debt ratios also begin to improve. But there are other things, of course, that we need to do. For instance, we need to restructure the debt. And over the last 5 years, the DMO has made significant progress in that. If we look at by 2015, the composition of our debt was about, was less than 20% foreign and, over 80% domestic. Okay. Today, it's closer to 40% foreign and 60% domestic. That's the deliberate attempt, and it's part of the strategy for lowering, the debt service cost, for also lengthening the maturities of the debt, which is part of the strategy for managing your debt. So that's this, and we have also seen, and that's something we expect to do this year. The ways and means advances on the central bank, the overdraft, in the last 2 years have been a significant contributor to the debt service. For 2020, it was over 900 billion. For 2021, it's over $1 trillion. Okay, this year, as we then conclude the move to actually securitize these the waste means balances, what we're looking to see is a significant decline in is because central bank has been charging penal overdraft rates on the waste and means balances. So we expect some significant savings. So people who wonder, with the debt stock growing with your higher deficit, how is it that you're projecting a lower debt service charge in 2022 than your actual for 2021? This is this basically explains it. And then the increasing resort to non-debt financing options for government's projects and programs. We expect also to provide relief on the debt service. What is not an option for us, at least not considered a feasible option at the moment, is to reduce expenditure in aggregate. Because first of all, in aggregate, government is not spending enough. Our public expenditure to GDP ratio is about the lowest, even on the continent. So an aggregate reduction in public expenditure is currently not a feasible option. Or can we make this expenditure more efficient? Absolutely. And that's what we need to to do. But to cut expenditure as a means of dealing with this, we don't currently consider a viable a feasible option. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure our audience would agree with me that the panel they've done justice to the topic economic outlook, sustainable economic growth, and infrastructure financing. I would like to thank all of our panelists and also solicit a 1-minute closing remarks from each of our panelists. 1-minute closing remarks. In this case, I'll start with Mr. Uche Orji, MD CEO, NSIA. Over to you, sir.
Sure. Thank you very much, Bola. I think I will probably close by saying the following 3 things. Number 1, infrastructure development is a challenge. That the deficit is huge across the country, and it's a challenge across most places. But there's been a lot of emphasis placed on it by the government. And this is the reason why you have seen the enablement of many vehicles that will help drive infrastructure in the country. And I think this should be encouraged, and people should actually give these entities a chance to succeed. The easiest thing to do is to jump and target these organizations. I remember Second Niger Bridge. For the first 2 years, we kept reporting we're 30% complete. People were asking, where is the bridge? I said, well, the pillars are inside the water. Well, of course, you're lying. That was not true. Eventually, when it emerged and we're finishing the bridge now, people are now saying, oh, well, it's not big enough. Of course, it's big enough. So the challenge is, criticism is part of our job. But the reality is that, a little bit of faith in what is being done. And I think Second Niger Bridge is actually a very good one, because for 2 years, I was just defending myself that we're actually building a bridge. But how could I explain to you that each of those pillars is 18 stories deep, and you don't just build it overnight? It's not a house, it's a bridge, right? And it's an 11-kilometer bridge plus another 33-kilometer road, okay? So if you live in Abuja, it's like from here to the airport, just to make sure you understand the size and scale of what we have to deal with. The second thing is that we're in an environment that has big voids in our financial markets infrastructure. We must create those financial market infrastructure. If not, we will never have a free flowing of capital. Credit enhancement, commodities exchange, mortgage financing companies, all of these are institutions, countries we are benchmarking ourselves against, built in the 60s and the 50s and longer before. We need to build those things. There is no shortcut to mobilizing capital. Thirdly, as pension funds grow, the one thing that we also need to realize is that we have enough size and scale in the country to actually fund the large bulk of our infrastructure with local capital. And I struggle sometimes when we have to go and borrow money for the things that we can mobilize locally. So a lot of effort on mobilizing local capital, in my opinion, should be forefront at what we're doing. What is the benefit of having 200 million people when we cannot mobilize $1 billion out of them? That is the point I think we need to be focused on. How do we efficiently make it easy for people to accumulate savings, form capital, invest the capital efficiently in infrastructure, and give us the tenure required to make those projects bankable? Thank you very much. That's my 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I saw Dr. Shubham's reaction to Mr. Oche's proposal of raising $1 billion from 100 million citizens.
I'm saying that as an example, okay? It's not a proposal. I'm just saying we can easily
So, I mean, on that note, I think I'll get Dr. Shubham's closing remarks. Over to you, Dr. Shubham.
Thank you. No, I was nodding my head, and because that's the first thing I wanted to say. Nigeria has tremendous potential, okay, in terms of its human resources, the dynamism, and also, just as Mr. Uche just pointed out, the capital that's already here and just needs to be mobilized. So Nigeria has huge potential. And then one way of thinking about it is that despite all that one hears about, how this is not working or that is not working, Nigeria is the largest economy in Africa. Sorry, Martin, South Africa is the so that just gives you a sense if an economy, without even trying and despite all the chaos and lack of coordination, can be the largest economy in the continent, that tells you something about the potential. So that's number one. Number two, that potential is not being realized, has not been realized in the last several decades, and needs to be, I think time is sort of running out for that potential to be realized before the youth of Nigeria give up on Nigeria, right? And so what will it take? I think it will take, as I mentioned, the consensus, but let's be more specific, figuring out how the right policy and regulatory environment and clarity and predictability can be provided so that private investment will come in. It's ultimately about private investment. No country has managed to grow and thrive and reduce poverty without private investment leading to jobs being created. Okay. Third, in order for that policy, regulatory, etc., clarity to come in, there has to be a shift in mindset amongst people in the public sector, whether it's the elected leaders or rank and file civil service, a greater trust and faith in private businesses and the capacity of private businesses. And I think, and for the public at large, maybe greater trust and faith in what the role of the public sector. Okay, but with a very clear definition of what is the role of the public sector. Let me just end by saying, especially in the area of infrastructure investment, and then, we have this, we call it a cascade, that the starting point should always be, is this something that could be and should be financed by private capital? Okay, if so, then let's figure out what needs to change in the policy and regulatory environment to make it attractive for private investment. Then then go to the next step. And it's only as a last recourse that only the things that it's never going to be profitable or make sense from bankability perspective should public resources go in there. Because public resources should be, so investments in human capital, obviously public resources, but only certain types of infrastructure. So let me leave it there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shubham. I think I'll go to Dr. Martin, just in case if you want to respond to what is the largest economy in Africa. Over to you.
Thank you, Paula. Firstly, most importantly, thank you for your great questions, and thank you, gentlemen, for the great insights. I've learned a lot. Appreciate it. Two things is, I think Paula used a phrase earlier, inclusive growth. The absolute basic of inclusive growth is a state being able to deliver effectively public goods and services to its citizenry. Simple. Education, security, basic infrastructure, and healthcare. This is the challenge facing practically all countries in our part of the world, and particularly Nigeria. How does the state, at a federal level or at a state level, how do the states provide basic public goods and services to people? The second thing is, and I'll pick up on Shubham's point, is that South Africa and Nigeria are the bookends of the entire continent, sub-Saharan Africa. My observation of Asia, and Shubham, you mentioned this in terms of your observations and work experience, it was always the small countries and the small economies in Asia that led the reform agenda. And we're seeing the same thing happen in Africa. The Mauritians, the Rwandas, amongst maybe Botswana, Namibia, are leading that. And it's the big economies. It's not about quantity, it's about quality. The big economies, the Nigerias, the South Africas, just like traditional Asia, the Indias, the Chinas, were laggards in terms of reform. I think there comes a breaking point or point of realization where big economies start to realize that they need to reform, and complacency is no longer order of the day. I think for me, the post-COVID period, that time has been reached. And it's time for Nigeria and South Africa to lead the way, not be reform laggards, but to be reform leaders. Just what happened in Asia must also happen, hopefully, in our part of the world as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Okay, and I'll now go to Mr. Ben Akabweze. Over to you, sir, for your closing remarks. Thank you.
Well, thank you. This panel has focused actually on infrastructure, and that is good. And all across, there's a lot of focus on infrastructure for good reason. But and we're often criticized that we're borrowing, and some of the borrowing is not being spent on infrastructure. And the sense that the general sense is, all borrowings must be infrastructure spending. First, let me clarify that the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007 allows borrowing to finance capital expenditure and human development. And the Finance Act 2021 has further extended that to include borrowing to spend on critical reforms. The truth is that it's been empirically proven that some expenditure on healthcare actually delivers a higher return on investment a country than even some expenditure on hard infrastructure. So let's get away from this fixation on spending on infrastructure to spending on development, investing on development. Something, for instance, like some people quarrel with the concept of borrowing to fund a school feeding program. But a school feeding program that actually then, enhances school completion and, addresses the problem of stunting among the children, I can tell you can deliver a much higher return than, infrastructure, spending on building a road to a country. So we need to understand, that it's not just, an accounting matter. Then I think also the thing I wanted to basically, and the point about those kind of spending on healthcare and education, on human development, is they tend to be more recurrent in nature. Predominantly, there's capital spending there, but a lot of it tends to be recurrent. So let's get away from the fixation that all recurrent spending is bad and all capital spending is good. Capital spending on building bogus offices and whatever, or buying more vehicles, even though they are classified as capital, don't matter as much as some of what we demonize as recurrent, spending. Finally, and I think two things which I think will be of interest to the private sector. As we try to address our revenue challenge, one area we must focus on going forward is tax expenditures. And tax expenditures is a generic term for all of the waivers, concessions, and whatever. We need to begin to interrogate harder the policy effectiveness of some of those. As government begins to look at this, I hope some of it isn't going to be interpreted as policy reversal and whatever. We need to see, look, if you've been getting these waiver, this concession for the last decade, what has it delivered in tangible terms? And if it's not, then perhaps it's time to roll it back. So these are discussions we must have. And when Shivam spoke earlier on, he talked about, what we need to do on the economic policy front is largely known. Is the politics of it. There's the politics to reform. And when Dr. Martin Davis talks about the fact that the smaller countries are, quicker with reforms, it's perhaps also because they tend to be more nimble politically, than the bigger, countries where politics is a lot more complicated. So the private sector, has to understand that silence is not golden when it comes to pushing, to advocacy for reforms. We've just seen over the last couple of days a walk back on the end of petrol subsidy this year. While the debate raged, there was silence from the private sector. I didn't see strong advocacy from the sector saying, "Oh, we support." The loud voices were the voices in opposition, and it was left the government to deal with. And with the trust deficit that government suffers, it wasn't surprising that we lost the argument before it even started. So that's basically where there's political side to reform, but that politics of reform cannot be left to politicians and government. The private sector must be an active participant in the politics of reform.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I would like to sincerely appreciate all our panelists. They've done justice to the topic, economic outlook, sustainable economic growth, and infrastructure financing. At this point, I would like to hand back over to my colleague, Uyi. Uyi, over to you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bola, and thank you all the panelists, Dr. Martin Davis, Dr. Shubham, Mr. Bernard Kabweze, Mr. Uche. Thank you so much for your time. We will be moving over to the second panel discussion. In the second panel discussion, we're going to be focusing on revenue generation, business environment, regulations, and business imperatives. To moderate that session, we have the producer morning line with Nancy on AIT. Nancy Elo Nanji. Hello, Nancy.
Hi, Uyi. Good afternoon. Thank you very, very much for the introduction. It's been a very incisive from 10 a.m. Till now. I want to start by saying, Your Excellencies, good day, because I know this will be online, so no need to just oppose it with the timing. So anytime anyone watches it. So, Your Excellencies, good day, distinguished guests, the erudite speakers that have been speaking, the panelists, gentlemen of the press, if they're still on. It's been a very incisive one, I will say. All the presentation, the very incisive expose on how at least has fared since the pandemic and what we need to do. But this panel's topic is centered revenue generation, our business environment, regulations, and business imperatives. And it's going to be dovetailing from this last session. Very interesting submissions there, especially from the office, from the MD of NSIA Theology. So we're going to be looking at where they stopped in terms of the Minister of Finance said earlier that Nigeria has a revenue problem. We have a revenue challenge, not that of debt sustainability. So at this present time, the main focus of the government is to generate revenue. As we all know that Nigeria has a revenue challenge, like I said earlier, with a budget of about 17 trillion naira for 2022, talking about the federal government. If we add about 12 trillion from sub-nationals for 2022, it's about 29 trillion naira in total. So there's a revenue target of 10 trillion naira this year. The deficit of over 6 trillion naira. The question is, where do we get the money to fill in the gap? The Minister of Finance spoke earlier in the morning that it's from borrowing. FIRS says that it generated about 6.4 trillion naira last year. Borrowing has increased in the last few years to fill in the gap. So it's not even just about, it's also about improving and optimizing revenue generation. Very crucial. How do we raise revenue, which is not always so simple, because through taxes, how many people do you tax? I hope that Mr. Nami will give us that insight shortly. And how many Nigerian businesses are seeing their tax, and even the willingness to pay by citizens, and perhaps other means of raising revenue. So IGR is more feasible where economic agents and also the formal sector as well as informal sector, they're strong, they do business in a friendly environment without being stifled with so much regulation. So without much ado, let me introduce our panelists to discuss this. And in no particular order, I will start the introduction with Dr. Jumoke, who is a special advisor to the president of doing business. She was previously the senior special assistant to the president on industry, trade, and investment in the office of the vice president from 2015 to 2019. She's the head of the Enabling Business Environment Secretariat, which is the operational arm of PEBEC. She's also, of course, I said she's the secretary, she's a special advisor to the president on the ease of doing business. And this body, I must say, PEBEC is the body that is saddled to remove bureaucratic constraints to doing business in Nigeria. So you're welcome, Doctor, to this panel. We also have on this panel Mr. Mohamed Nami. He has almost 3 decades of practical working experience in auditing, tax management, and advisory and management services to clients in banking, manufacturing services, and public sector, as well as non-profit organizations. He was appointed as a member of the Presidential Committee on Audit of Recovered Stolen Assets in 2017 by President Buhari. He was appointed the executive chairman of FIRS in 2019 by President Buhari. He's also the chairman, Joint Tax Board. He's a fellow of different institutes, CITN, Institute of Debt Recovery Practitioners of Nigeria, and others. So, Mr. Nami, welcome to this panel. We also have Shadi Omoni, who is the executive chairman of the Kwara State Internal Revenue Service. She was previously the head IT and Systems Administrator at the African International Bank. She was previously the managing director, CEO of FBN Mortgages, a subsidiary of First Bank of Nigeria from 2016 to 2018. She became the EC, that's the executive chairman of Kwara State Internal Revenue Service in 2019, appointed by the governor of Kwara State. She's a member of the National Institute of Marketing. She's also a member of Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, an honorary member of Chartered Institute of Bankers, and also a Microsoft Certified Systems Engineer. Madam Omoni, welcome to the panel. The last but not the least is Yomi Olugbero, a partner and West Africa tax leader at Deloitte, hosting this NEO 2022. He was previously Deloitte Tax Risk Leader, West and Central Africa, and Dean of Deloitte School of Tax. He's a member of Deloitte West Africa Executive Committee, a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, CITN, and a fellow of the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers. Welcome, Yomi Olugbero, to this panel. So, I could say that Yomi is a stockbroker. I didn't know that. Now I'm doing that. All right, welcome. Yes, so welcome every one of you. It's so nice to host at this, and I think we need to get into it very quickly because this is the last panel so that we can go through and end this very long and interesting day. I will start with you, Dr. Jumoke, and let's take a look at it from, my question would come this way in terms of how is Nigeria progressing on the journey towards making us an increasingly business-friendly environment. What would you say has been the progress that has been made at the subnational level, and what constraints are we really dealing with?
Thank you, Nancy. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. At the subnational level, it's interesting that you focus on subnational level because we tend to say at the PEBEC that there's no business that does any activity at the federal level. Every business is domiciled at the state level. As you know, we focus primarily on small and medium-sized enterprises because they make up such a large part of the GDP of the economy. We've been working with all the state governments and the FCT through a collaboration that the PEBEC has with the National Economic Council, the NEC, since 2017. You may recall, Nancy, that last March we released the first iteration of Nigeria's Ease of Doing Business report, our own homegrown report, and then the rankings were released in June. It's a culmination of activity that has been going on over the last 2-3 years with the state governments working on specific reforms in their business climates. So while different states have implemented various reforms, for instance, Kaduna State has worked on their tax implementation, harmonizing their laws. We felt it was expedient to have a PEBEC model replicated across the entire country. So the states have an Ease of Doing Business Council, usually chaired by the deputy governor, sometimes by the governor himself, like in the case of Nasarawa, sometimes by the head of service, because it has a lot of people and service issues and regulations, and then sometimes by either the secretary to the government or other senior ranking official. Every state has a state reform champion, which is the direct liaison with the PEBEC secretariat. And so just yesterday we had, because we usually have a quarterly meeting, technical workshop. We had one just yesterday virtually, and talking about what this year would bring. If I just speak to Q1 and all that we have ahead, you just had Shubham speaking earlier. There's a program that's going to come live on stream soon called the SABER. It has to do with state ease of doing business environments, similar to the NG Cares and to the SIFTAs that some of you may know about. It's an on-lending program with the World Bank that will ensure that we have disbursement-linked indicators to reforms that we're working with at the state level. This is the carrot that we've been working on since 2019, and very glad that it's finally coming to fruition. We need things like this to help along. Of course, the rankings were a very good stick in the sense that we got a lot of traction when state governments could see empirically where their states stand from private sector as perceived by private sector right across the country. The methodology for the Ease of Doing Business report the methodology framework covered areas like security and infrastructure, access to information as transparency, workforce readiness, and of course the regulatory environment and small claims courts. So Nancy, there's a whole lot going on. I'll stop here because I know you have 4 other panelists, but I'd be happy to go into further details shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dwale. Let me move over to the man in charge of getting us money, because it's been, since we started in the morning, we've been talking about revenue. So the man in charge, at least from the FIRS perspective, is Mohamed Nami. Welcome again, Sam. Good to host you on this panel. Let me start with you, the question about, there's been this aggressive revenue drive. Last year, I know that FIRS generated 6.4 trillion naira. You passed your target. So there's been this aggressive revenue drive by FIRS, backed by the recent regulatory changes that continue to show improved results in revenue collection. What would you say are the drivers of this noticed improvement in revenue collected by FIRS? Is it that you are stifling us the more, or what exactly are you doing that is making FIRS make more money?
Okay. Thank you very much, my sister, for that question. It's a simple one. When we came on board, we set up for ourselves 4 cardinal goals, which is the first to rebuild FIRS infrastructure, revenue generation institutions. And what we did was to review our operations and to identify the challenges or the gap that the institution actually faces. So what we did was to carry out certain reforms aimed at rebuilding the FIRS institution in a manner that we're able to deliver on mandate of mobilizing revenue to support the 3 tiers of government in funding their budgets. The second thing we did was to focus on taxpayer to make sure that we support them by way of taxpayer education, attending to their requests as the requests come, and also focus on the challenges that fails by way of filing in terms of filing of tax returns, and also the issue of supporting the government on the concept of ease of doing business by making sure that the policies and the changes that were approved by the finance bill, particularly that set up a threshold of 25 million and below as tax-exempt entities. We make sure that that is implemented in a manner that they are currently not paying taxes or acting as agents of tax collection. Another thing we did was to engage aggressively on stakeholder engagement. We know that we cannot succeed as an institution without collaborating with critical stakeholders. The functional theorists will always tell us that as an institution, you need another institution support for you to be able to survive. Then another key thing we have done is to emphasize on data. And what did we do there? We sat and looked at our operations and discovered that we lack the adequate taxpayer record that we to use in terms of tax assessment, tax collection, and probably the tax accounting. So what we have done is to build a robust taxpayer database via deployment of technology, particularly our own in-house developed tax pro max solution. So these are a few of the things we have done to making sure that we are able to mobilize revenue. When we came on board in 2020 or 2019, and we started work in 2020, 3 months into our operations, we ran into a big problem, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. And with the deployment of technology, we are able to mobilize the little we could in 2020 for the 3 tiers of government. As you have rightly pointed out, in the year 2021, the reforms continue to give us hope, and that is why, for the first time in the history of the country, we generated about 6.5 trillion, which is precisely 6.4 trillion plus from both oil and non-oil revenue sources. But what will interest you is that 69% of that collection was from non-oil and only 31% came from the oil-related taxes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nami. Quite incisive. I'll come back to you later to take a look at what you said. Let me move over to Mrs. Shade Omoni. You heard the Kwara State Internal Revenue Service. You know that most state governments across the nation continue to depend on FAC allocations. Every month, the commissioners of finance come to Abuja to share the money, and they are faced with sustainability issues. How can state governments, coming from your own perspective in Kwara State, what is their IGR profile? I do know, I think Kwara State's budget for 2022 is about 189 billion naira. So from your own perspective, how can a state government raise their IGR profile in a manner that balances the need for care and caution on the poverty level of our respective states?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Interestingly, tax regime in this country has always been a case of balancing between those who earn a lot more and those who are down economically. So basically, what has been going on, especially with some of the states, my colleagues in all the other states and myself, that we have been doing, is looking at how we can improve on those higher earners, block all the leakages, focus more on them, reprofiling our HNIs, because currently a higher number of non-compliance is really from those who earn more, the HNIs. Now, if we're able to block leakages at the level of these people and improve IGR, and then look at initiatives such as tax for loan, tax for education for those in the informal sector, especially the low-earning individuals in society. It helps to a reasonable extent. Last year or in year 2020, when we had the COVID pandemic, when it was quite high, we had a situation where we provided some initiatives like palliatives to the HNIs. We even had moratorium for some of their commitments. There were consideration for people down the ladder. That was done in year 2020. But going forward, the idea is to look for incentive-based approaches for the informal sector to stimulate voluntary compliance. A good example is you identify you have paid this particular amount to government, and then you become part of a database that qualifies for some of the social programs that the government is about to deploy to the state. So some of the states have done that already. And it's never enough to talk about digitalization. Most of the information we have, they're quite informal. So a lot of states have gone into digitalizing their systems and getting more information. A lot has also been done in working together with the FIRS in providing data. In fact, what we do now is most of the touch points that we have, we always look for information about taxpayers. So that way, we're able to profile those who can do more. It allows us to block leakages. And at the end of the day, you kind of find a balance. And one other important thing is we know that the informal sector is a mix. Right now, we have a lot of people who hide right under that. So the idea of having the data also goes a long way in bringing out those who are really supposed to pay more. So at the end of the day, the states are able to balance and earn more from those who earn more, of course, and of course, give good consideration for those who are in need of support from government, especially at the lower poverty level.
Thank you, ma'am. Yomi, it's time for your own question. And the first question will be around the Finance Act. For 3 consecutive years now, I must also say kudos to the federal government, because even before this time, we didn't have Finance Act passed with the budgets. So for 3 consecutive years, we've seen that the Finance Acts have been passed, amending different tax and fiscal laws in the country. As expected, these changes have caused taxpayers to sometimes, struggle with keeping up with continuously changing their tax and regulatory environments in Nigeria. How do you think this frequent changes as well as updates to the Nigerian tax and fiscal laws, are these changes also good enough for the economy? At least we have 3 consecutive ones to take a look at. And how can the government balance the need for the continuous changes with the need to have a predictable and a stable tax environment?
Thank you, Nancy. I share in the excitement which you explained this new tradition of having, annual budgets, being accompanied by, a finance bill. For me, it's one of the best things that has happened to Nigeria's fiscal policy in the recent past. Mm-hmm. Because if all you do is submit just your budget, we know that budget are essentially just estimates of expenditure and income of government. And one critical leg of that budget is revenue. So, and one main source of revenue is tax. So government needs to show how the revenue will be made and the linkage between the revenue that is being projected and where they will come from. So it's quite a good one. All right. And again, taxation is actually a very dynamic system, and it should actually be dynamic to really deliver the intended benefits. Changes happen in the business environment, that require you to look at your laws and make sure you respond accordingly. Sometimes there are complaints from taxpayers, about laws already being archaic, being outdated, no longer in touch, with the realities of, current business structure. If you look at some of these laws we're talking about, some of them were passed 1979. The more recent one were 1990, 1993, so they require quite a lot of updates. So for me, as a fiscal policy person, I'm excited that for the third consecutive time in a row, we have the Finance Act passed. It was first the 2019, if you remember. And when it was introduced in 2020, it was almost like the country foresaw COVID, because some of the provisions that were contained in that first Finance Act were essentially what many countries were, implementing by way of reliefs and palliatives. You remember that was when we had the micro and small business tax exemption. That's when the minimum tax rule was changed to make it slightly beneficial. Of course, the government also shifted attention to indirect tax by raising VAT. So virtually everything that we did in that Finance Act 2019 that was implemented in 2020, was almost in a way prophetic. All right. And then we then have the 2020, which came in when COVID was in full stream. And many of the provisions that happened were essentially responding to the business disruptions. So we had changes like granting deductibility to businesses that, give donations and disaster relief. We recognize electronic filing and a whole lot of some of the PEBEC initiatives that we needed to ensure that we can have consistency and have law, supporting them. So we have the Finance Act 2021, which was signed on the eve of the new year, became effective already from this year. So the cross of the change, as you will expect, is essentially helping government to mobilize a lot more domestic revenue or tax revenue generally, be it from international tax, be it from domestic taxpayer, strengthening the administrative framework under which the tax agencies are operating, and some public sector reform to ensure that government is able to do deliver on its budget. And I appreciate that question, because what you're saying essentially is these changes are becoming very frequent. So we need to then, almost immediately backdate to go back to say, look, which we'll rather have? Is it a situation where for decades our laws remain unchanged, or a situation where we now have some bit of dynamism, and responsiveness to how the tax environment, things are done in the tax environment. So it's some. I think it's the latter that we will all say we want. It only means that the businesses, corporate, individual will need to constantly get acquainted, with
what changes are happening and how it affects their business. So, for example, the 2021 touches virtually every tax law that there are in the country. In fact, I think it touched about 13. The only few ones that I can remember offhand that were not touched are just recently passed law, like the Company Act that was just passed in 2020. I think the Petroleum Industry Act. Virtually every other, from capital gains tax to company income tax, personal income tax, education tax, excise, FRS establishment, virtually everything, 13 of them. Some of the notable changes in those laws, and you can find, significant changes across each of the taxes. So, for example, the big ones were like the changes introduced by the Capital Gains Tax Act, for example, which now says there is now 10% CGT that is payable if you dispose of shares of 100 million naira and above in any 12 months, provided you don't reinvest the proceeds. The education tax rate has been raised, from 2 to 2.5%. Education tax institutions have to pay taxes. VAT implication for companies that are running digital services, and just across each of the every of the tax laws. Excise, now payable on carbonated drink. We had the Minister of Finance mention that earlier, 10 naira per liter, and across all of the laws. So generally, the thrust of that law, or the thrust of the Finance Act 2020, we look at it from contextually. I think the drive is essentially how do we support government's drive for increased tax revenue. All right, so that's the main thrust. But obviously, there's always that need for careful balance between how far you can go, considering how overwhelmed or how challenged the business environment is. And I think there's quite a lot of sensitivity also you will see reflected in how many of the suggestions that came from the private sector were also brought in, into the Finance Act. So in terms of the aspect of your question on, how do we then ensure a more predictable and stable tax environment? So I would say the consistency in the annual passage itself, it's a little bit of a response to that question, because it provides certain level of expectation. All right. This used to be the case even during the military era, when you will have finance bill and everybody that is waiting for budget is expecting to hear, what changes are you making to your tax law? Are you raising it? Are you increasing it? And it's not only in Nigeria, it's done everywhere in the world. So I don't think it is the frequency of the change that will create a lack of predictability or certainty. I think it's the other way around. So if the business knows that every year, 1st of January, we're going to have the annual finance bill signed, there's an expectation, and everybody is calling on its advisors. Businesses are asking their compliance officers and tax managers to get acquainted with what is happening. It is when you don't know when it will happen. When, like we've had in the earlier days, when bill gets signed, you don't know whether it's become operational from 1st of January or the date was signed. Some of those teething problems that we had in the earlier ones, but that isn't the case now. We're learning from the process. It was signed on the eve of New Year. We all know it became implemented on 1st of January, and we're all getting acquainted with, what changes are there. How do we ensure that we tune our businesses to respond? For me, I think it's good for the economy, because changes don't necessarily mean that it always favor the government. It's always a mix, so there will be certain provisions that will be in favor of business, in favor of taxpayer. And even in this Finance Act 2021, we have quite some items that are supposed to be more beneficial and provide some bit of relief. For example, taxpayers can now, they have more force to chase Malga Mr. Nami when it comes to tax refund for excess withholding taxes paid. That used to be a really big pain point, for taxpayers. So it's not just on the side of government. And so when we have this annual cycle continuously, we can have, changes on a going concern basis. So government won't be able to do everything in one single sweep. And everybody participating when the next round of Finance Bill 2022, and a number of people are already getting up, for their own input into the process, so that progressively, just like Dr. J is doing to the business environment, we can also progressively make the tax laws more responsive, more dynamic to our need in the country.
Thank you very much, Ayomi. Yours was such an expose. And let's capitalize on that. And I'll come back to Dr. J, just like I've learned from you now, Dr. Jumoke. Dr. Jumoke, and I'll come from
you will pay for that. You will pay for that. It's a specially copyrighted title for Dr. J. Dr. J, confirm before Nancy gets away.
No, Yomi.
No, Dr. J is my friend.
That's from my students in Unilag. You can't take the copyright on that. It belongs to them.
Okay, Dr. Jumoke, let's take it from where Yomi ended. Because there must be a balance. In fact, micro, small, and medium businesses in Nigeria, we don't even have micro, small, and medium size again. There's another new word introduced: nano, micro, small, and medium enterprises. And that was introduced, I think, 2 weeks ago, because Smithan and the MBS did a report, and they came up with that survey. So a new word has been introduced: nano enterprises, which employs 1 to 2 people. That's just for that. So for these categories of businesses,
a very specific one in my
9 million nano, small, and medium-sized businesses. They create jobs and they also expand the tax base of the country. These enterprises have been especially hit hard in recent times due to tough economic conditions that we faced even in 2020. What initiatives do you think that governments can introduce this year to increase financing for such businesses, also keep supply chains running, and enable those businesses access working capital? Because when athletes are afloat, they can pay taxes to Mr. Nami, FIRS, they can pay taxes to Mrs. Omoni, Inquirer.
Thank you, Nancy. There are already a number of initiatives that are in motion and are being built on. The Economic Sustainability Plan was the COVID response, and you had different programs and projects under that plan. The Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment had something for MSMEs. And yes, truly, when we look at the economy, some businesses in Nigeria, for instance, if you take the market women and their inventory, maybe completely less than 10,000 naira in a day, which they're recycling and plowing back. So Nano is just putting it on the table, what we've really always known is there. That's why the daily workers, the daily wages, every single day is very important to them. So there have been programs that have emanated as a continuum from the Economic Sustainability Plan. That was the COVID response that managed to bring us immediately back out of recession. The NG Cares program that was mentioned earlier was a World Bank collaboration that is also targeting specific interventions in this area, access to credit, specifically for these businesses to be able to stay afloat. We continue to work with state governments. They also have their funds, like Lagos State has a fund. I think Kwara State also has a fund for MSMEs, Industrial Training Fund. Lagos State has a very vibrant one that was very vigilant and did a lot of interventions, particularly post-COVID. So this year, we continue to work on all the access to credit reforms. There are quite a few programs that have gone on. The central bank has some of their own, and then ministries have. There's some programs that are just targeted at creating jobs. There's some solar initiatives. I must say that I think under the umbrella of the poverty alleviation and growth strategy, that is meant to, under the National Development Plan, that is meant to bring out 35 million Nigerians out of poverty by 2025. I think that's probably where you get the most meat about the programs that are being put in place specifically to lift people out of poverty and have access to credit this year. But there's quite a bit that's loading, continuing from last year, that's going on right now.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jumoke. Let me come over to Mr. Nami. You said quite a lot around what the FIRS did even last year to generate more revenue. But you would agree with me that the tax penetration in Nigeria still remains low and the base is so small. What specific measures are being considered to enhance the capacity and effectiveness of FIRS in raising the revenue base of the country on a sustainable basis. Then let me also chip in this. The Minister of Finance, we heard in the morning, recently indicated possible introduction of new taxes by the mid of this year. You know, the sugar tax and what have you. What are your thoughts around this in tandem with the FIS agenda on ease of doing business and complaints of the business community on multiplicity of taxes? It's not just give us, give us, give us. You should also listen to us, businesses. So I will need you to unmute. Please unmute your mic. Okay, yes.
I wasn't surprised that you asked this question, because when I saw Dr. Jumoke being mentioned before two taxmen names were mentioned, I knew that there was going to be a problem. When the nation is trying to encourage and attract people to come and invest in Nigeria and to support small businesses, you are giving us huge tax of collecting revenue to support the budget funding requirement of the 3 tiers of government. Be that as it may, portioned to the amendment to Section 25, subsection 4 of the FRS Establishment Act, which empowers FRS to deploy technology to taxpayers. The service is now able to expand the scope and capacity of its ICT infrastructure to achieve 100% automation of all the tax administration processes. Secondly, to block revenue leakages and to improve revenue mobilization in this country. The process will ensure that all parties in a commercial transaction are adequately followed up to pay their fair share of taxes, thereby expanding the tax net. The service also having set up a full-fledged department for intelligence, strategic data mining and analysis in 2021, will also focus on compliance and enforcement strategies in 2022 by leveraging on intelligence, strategic data mining and analysis to enhance audit and our investigative functions. In addition, the service will, through its newly constituted tax incentive department, headed by a director, seek to reduce the tax abuse in incentive management in Nigeria. With the final clearance obtained also in 2021 for Nigeria to do an automatic reciprocal exchange of financial account information under the OECD Common Reporting Standard, FRS will also make effective use of information received, which we're already doing, on our residents from foreign tax authorities for effective tax administration. Lastly, on that first question, the service will support the compliance and enforcement strategies in 2022 with effective implementation of the penalty regimes in accordance with the laws and ensure prosecution of recasting taxpayers in order to serve as deterrent to other people that will not want to comply. And to come back to the issue raised by the Honorable Minister on the possibility of probably introducing new taxes. Let me start by saying that FRS is poised to promote or to support Dr. Jumoke in ensuring ease of doing business in Nigeria, because the success of our mandate invariably rely on the prosperity of our taxpayers. We will continue therefore ensure that we promote ease of tax administration in order to engender voluntary tax compliance by taxpayers. I want to remind us that the tax system is made up of three tripods. One is tax policy, the second one is tax legislation, and the last one, which affects me and the Internal Revenue Chairman of Kwara State, is tax administration. The service does not have direct responsibility for policy and legislation. However, the service is of the view that the implementation of the existing taxes should be deepened in terms of expanding the tax net and tax base, as well as eliminating abuses and abuse and leakages. We'll continue to provide advice to the relevant authorities responsible for policies and legislations, particularly the National Assembly, in this regard, to ensure that taxes are streamlined in such a manner that will not inhibit the growth and prosperity of businesses and affect what my sister does in the ease of doing business that she's championing for this country.
Thank you, Mr. Nami. Mrs. Omoni, you know that taxpayer identification is a major challenge for most state inland revenue services across the country. Apart from that, what other challenges are faced by states, their revenue drive efforts, and what recommendations are being proposed to deal with this? What kind of conversations do you have with your colleagues really to look for solutions for these challenges?
Thank you very much. The challenges are plenty, I can tell you. Digitization is quite key, like you have rightly said. Aside that, some of the other challenges we have is having the expected cooperation from the MDAs in each of the states in being able to work with them to get the necessary information we need in blocking leakages one and being able to make all the collections that we need. Now, some states have gone quite far in the area of working with these MDAs. In Kwara State, for example, we have an interministerial committee that will sit to discuss the events of tax collection, revenue collection, and where the leakages are and what we can do to take care of them. One other major challenge that SIRSs have is that most of them are not autonomous. We have situations where they are not empowered to do the job that they're supposed to do. And this is a major challenge for some of the states. In Kwara State, we have autonomy, and it helps a lot in being able to allow people listen to us and believe that, yes, we have been given that authority. So you have some states where the agencies are not the only ones. They are not the sole agency responsible for generating revenue in their state. So it's a major challenge. The issue of political will is also there. You find sometimes pronouncements are made by government, which in a way disturbs or affects the collection of revenue by the authority responsible for collecting the revenue. I think one other challenge we have is being able to link what we do with agencies that have the information that we require, regulatory agencies, BVN, NIN, being able to have the synergy such that you can just get the information you need directly from these people. So it needs to be a bit more open such that we can cross-fertilize ideas and get information from all the entities that already have that information. We always say training and retraining. So basically the level of capacity, competent tax personnel across the SRSs is also a challenge that we have. And of course, the major one we have across the country, which is the issue of corruption and bureaucratic bottleneck, especially when you want to get things done. Those are some of the challenges that we have. So for me, I think, like I said, in Kwara State, we have been given that empowerment. So but it is something that is required in all the states to be able to assert themselves, be empowered to be able to do their job. Digitization and automation of all processes is very, very essential. It blocks leakages. So definitely we need to be able to have the same language spoken across revenue administration. And it helps us to get a lot of things done. You find out that talking about the political will, there are sometimes benefits of waivers that would definitely affect revenue generation in a state that you get and you really don't have control over it. It also forms part of the issues of the political will that is required. We expect that sharing of data between ourselves and all the agencies that have data is very, very key. And we believe that if we're able to do that, it makes the job easier and it gives all the information that is required in going after taxpayers. Training and retraining is very, very key. The CITN has done quite a lot. I think recently what they have done now is to insist on particularly the MTTP training that is being done by all CITN members is now mandatory for you to have that every year. So it's a good development and it's going to help to get people in the tax administration sector to focus more on how to do their job, and it enforces that to a reasonable extent. And you can't take it away from being responsible or giving that sole mandate to collect revenue in your state. In the situation where you have challenges with other colleagues of the state doing the same thing, it's quite major and it affects the job that is being done by IRSs across the country. So those are some of the challenges that we have identified and that we have discussed at the Joint Tax Board, of which my chairman is also here, in helping the SRSs to be able to do more as far as their target is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Somoni. What you said, you're also in tandem with Mr. Nami in terms of at least the administration, you both are in charge. But you also said something which is very fundamental, which revolves around the politics of reforms. And I think the Video Budget Office mentioned that earlier in their session around infrastructure, because you should have at least that political support. The government will not say, go and look for money. And at the end of the day, they say one way or the other, asking, go and look for money. So there has to be that nexus. But Yomi, let me come back to you with the Finance Act. 3 consecutive ones would say, let's take a critical look at 2019 and 2020 that has been implemented. How do you think that it has impacted the growth of Nigeria? And do you think that implementation of the previous Finance Act by the government has led to improved internal revenue, not just even for the federal government, but also for our states? Right. That Mr. Nami can also weigh in later because, yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you, Nancy. Maybe the first thing to note before answering that question categorically is that the impact of the changes are meant to be long-lasting, right? So these changes will continue to have continued relevance. So the laws are not just made for a particular year and then it elapses or expires after that year. So until the law is changed, it remains in force and we will continue to reap the benefits. But answering that question more specifically, I would say with an absolute yes. The changes have had effects. You just mentioned now and concurred to by Mr. Nami that in 2021 the FRS raked in over 6.4 trillion. That is the highest collection so far in the history of the service. In 2020, in the heat of the pandemic, the collection was around 5 trillion. when everybody was maybe slightly below the original budget target. Target was brought down when the pandemic came in. But if you look at the analysis and the components, VAT, for example, in 2020 was the highest tax line, did a little above petroleum profit tax. I think it was about 5.31 trillion for VAT versus maybe 1.51 or thereabout for PIT. So why were we able to get VAT that is higher than PIT? Because that was a year that we increased the VAT rate from 5 to 7.5. If you break down the 6.4 trillion that was collected last year, you will notice that VAT, customs and excise, some of those indirect taxes item, electronic fund transfer levies, some of the multinational digital player that we're beginning to get, little by little, some of the improvement that comes on the back of deployment of ICT, like tax promas that the chairman mentioned, increased enforcement and all of that because of the visibility that tax authority now have to taxpayer data, when they can go to bank and get certain information. So cumulatively, when you put all of that together, what you will conclude with is that we are seeing improved changes. All right. So it's definitely having impact. The impact might have been much slower than it would have been if the economy was not under the impact of COVID. But within the operating constraints, because and I said that because businesses are still struggling, particularly some sectors, right? So are still struggling under the impact. So if the economy was buoyant and everything was running as it was prior to the pandemic, you probably would even have seen a higher level of impact. So it's helping us to move along the direction that we want to travel. There will be need to do a lot more and run a lot more faster. And I think we'll be able to do that with some of the measures that Mr. Nami said. Let's bring in technology. FRS now have the legal backing to deploy proprietary technology to do third-party applications. There's a lot of power now in the hand of FRS to get taxpayer data from banks with increased penalties, for non-compliance, so that's increased transparency, increased openness, and just capacity of the FRS to be able to run as an independent and the sole tax collecting agent for the government. I think all of that will help because they already help.
Thank you, Yomi. Dr. Jumoke, let's take it also from where Yomi stopped in terms of even technology, what we've seen since COVID, the future, the ethics of work have changed. Take a look at, we're doing this online from different places, across the world. It depends on where you are. So the importance of technology was emphasized even by COVID-19 pandemic, which we're still battling. And with Nigeria being projected to be the third most populous country in the world by 2040, it's been said that we're not making optimal use of our human capital potential to develop our digital economy. Having said that, we shouldn't also forget the fact that we're seeing digital companies in Nigeria come up to unicorn status, about $1.5 billion. So I guess that Mr. Nami will be looking at that side too. How do I ask these people? Making billions of dollars. But the question really is, to realize the immense potential offered by this digital economy, there must also be structures to enable businesses that government needs to put in place to capitalize on this population size. Young people also coming up with different startups, digital tools in improving our digital economy. So, Dr. Oduwole, please, can you just comment on that?
Thank you, Nancy. So one of the pillars of PEBEC reforms is automation and digitization. We've placed a huge emphasis on that over the last 5 years. CAC from 6 manual forms to incorporate a company to 1 form, which is online. FRS, another one of our very strong partners in reforming with the use of technology. The EC is here. They've worked for online filing, online payments. It's been, as Yomi has said, it's been work in progress and continuing to, because we're both members of the Ministry of Finance committee that works on the finance bills. So year in, year out, continue to put in more and more reforms to make all these demands and all these directions actuality. We've also continued to push for things like a single window for the import-export process. These are big ticket items that the digitization and automation of these processes will really have an impact on the economy. We, through NEC, the Ministry of Digital Economy and Communication has also, of course, been working with state governments across the country on broadband penetration. We know that this is a game changer. Right of way has been reduced significantly across the country. It's an ongoing effort, Nancy. There's no other way. We wouldn't be able to have this virtual interface if we didn't have broadband connectivity that was stable. We can't afford to have any part of the country ostracized in times like this. There are businesses that work solely. There's Outsource Global, a company that works out of Abuja and Kaduna that actually gives outsourcing services to global clients. So, and that creates a lot of jobs for Nigerians. We're an English-speaking population. So really, you've talked about our tech sector and all the interesting things going on there. Out of the FDI that came to the continent for technology, about 30% came to Nigerian tech businesses. So it's really an area that we have a competitive advantage in our services sector. So we really can't afford, and of course with the EO1, you know that the government itself is prioritizing transparency and efficiency, and that one of the main tools, particularly for efficiency and also for transparency, is digitizing and automating processes. So the head of the civil service has also been working very actively on making sure there's a transition plan for government to be able to work virtually. I think COVID also jump-started and accelerated a lot of these plans. And there's no other way. Right across the country, from federal, state governments, everybody knows that it's imperative that we're all able to function this way globally, or the country will be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duale. Mr. Anami, and I will say this is the last round of questions, really. And let's talk about the multiple and prolonged tax audits, the multiple collection agencies, just like Omoni mentioned earlier, and the different types of taxes. These are some of the challenges that Nigerians have been complaining about. Would you want to speak about how measures are being used to address these challenges?
Okay, thank you very much, Nancy. It is important to know that FIRS in the year 2021 deployed a tax audit tool we call electronic tax audit process solution. This tool enables the tax audit department to monitor the entire audit process from start to finish. As much as most audit aids are dependent on the cooperation of taxpayers, the service has a 60-day target for auditors to conclude an audit process. Also, by leveraging on intelligence, strategic data mining, and analysis that I mentioned earlier, and it will, we are confident that the data and mining and analysis will enhance our audit and investigation functions in terms of quality and time of completion. On the multiplicity of collection agencies, this is a very sensitive matter, but this has also been, as it has been a case of concern to all of us at FIRS. However, we hope that should be in the past now, with the amendment of to Section 68 of the FIRS Establishment Act by the Finance Act 2021. By that amendment, it is now an offense for any other person or agency or federal government other than the FIRS to carry out or authorize another person to carry out the function of administering, assessment, collection, accounting, or enforcement of taxes and levies due to the Federation and the federal government. The recent amendment to the FRS also has assisted enormously. So we want to advise Nigerians that should anybody pretend to be part of FRS or part of what we do or wanting to do carry our function, that person's attempt should be, or that attempt should be resisted by Nigerians, because there are sanctions that will go with it, and it should be reported to FRS because there are sanctions that will go with it going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Omoni, I would like to have your views around fiscal federalism. We can't end this without talking about that, and how Nigeria could better empower states to deliver the desired economic development. Last year, at least the tail end of last year, in Lagos State, River State, and all of that. So, what's your view about fiscal federalism? Mr. Nami is laughing.
Just like Mr. Nami has said, it's a very, very sensitive matter, which, well, it's also very important because we would not want a situation where states will continue to go cap in hand to the government in the center for survival. The issue, like you said, of the VAT is still very much around. Well, basically, I think at the JTB we had this discussion also, and we were hoping that the states' IRSs would have major representation in the formulating of most of these new laws that are coming to place, so that you can hear from our side and then know some of the challenges that we also face. So it's something that needs to be considered seriously. We have several positions we've come together to discuss, and we have made representation to the committee, but most times we see most of these things favor one end than the other. A good example is the issues of the VAT, and we also have issues on the natural resources. States have clamored for it to a reasonable extent, but while I would not want to go into the politics of the matter, it's quite sensitive, but basically there needs to be a lot done more for the states to be able to have the responsibility of what belongs to the state in a way where it benefits the state, at the same time benefit the federal. There are some resources that, of course, there's conversation over where it belongs to, whether it is for the state or for the national level. But I think at a point we need to be able to come to a balance on how we should move this. There was a time the list of VAT generated from states as against what is being remitted based on VAT was published, and it was an eye-opener. But a lot of assumptions made by people, especially about VAT coming from the north and things like that, was definitely not the way it was expected. So we need to be part of the conversation so that we can arrive at something that works for everybody. I would not want to go into the debate of VAT right now. It is something that is quite sensitive. But for natural resources, for VAT, for withholding taxes, for stamp duty, these are positions that the states have positions about, but they have not exactly been put into consideration. And that is why you still find a lot of states cap in hand. If the fact does not come, it becomes a challenge for the state to be able to survive. So, well, that also gives the states the challenge of looking inwards and trying to generate revenues internally without having to rely on the federal government. So that is what I'll be able to say on this matter at this time. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Omoni. I think we've got to round this up in about 2 minutes, and I'll crave your indulgence that we take the closing remarks now in 30 seconds. Yomi, I will start with your closing remark on the subject matter.
All right. Thank you, Nancy. Maybe for me, it's to say and particularly for all of our people online, is to say the regulatory environment has changed significantly over the last couple of years, and particularly with the recent introduction of Finance Act. So a lot is changing. The penalty regime for infractions and non-compliance is getting a lot stiffer. A major revenue line for FRS now, if any company comes under their radar, will be penalties and fines, because this has been increased significantly. So businesses will need to, do impact assessment of how some of these regulatory changes are, affecting them and impacting their operation, and make sure that the compliance framework in their respective businesses is strengthened, so that they can avoid penalty, the reputational damages that is associated with all of this. But also in the same breath, also take advantage of opportunities that may exist, because changes always introduce, both debit and credit side of compliance. So there is incentive for that businesses can leverage. There are penalties and, to avoid for infringements and all of that. So I would say businesses should do that, be a lot more strategic and proactive. Tax compliance can no longer be left to, just paper filing or just one person looking at your affairs. The largest number on your income statement might as well just be your tax expense line. So it's something that is critical, that is requiring a lot more strategic approach than we have seen. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you, Yomi. Dr. Duwale, yours in 30 seconds, your closing remarks.
Okay, 30 seconds. I think mine is simple. Our work is one of partnership, and institutionalizing of our reforms is key. It's an ongoing journey. Mm-hmm. I'd just like to thank the EC is probably representing all our MDAs and our partners here. We continue to work on the reforms. We continue to push hard. For instance, where we seem to be pushing for private sector, even when we're negotiating maybe provisions for the tax acts, for instance, but they continue to understand that the economy needs to thrive in order for them to deepen the tax net. I'd also like to thank Mrs. Omoni, because she's kind of standing in for all the state governments. Kwara State is the first state to execute the Executive Order 1 on transparency and efficiency of public service delivery. Kwara State is a leading state in ease of doing business and championing reforms. His Excellency has really been a champion for ease of doing business. I'd like to thank Deloitte, because Deloitte has partnered with us, really put their money where their mouth is. They had 2 embeds on the PEBEC team for 18 months, fully paid for by Deloitte, working with us technically on a lot of these reforms. And when private sector comes alongside a government, good things happen. And I'd like to thank you, Nancy, because the media has also been a strong part in the work that we do. You have always been very well prepared, and you've been a champion and supporter for the work that we do. So with all that said, to the participants, really strong attendance, almost 800 at a point. It's going to be a good year. If we all just put it together, it's just going to be a good year. So Fatai, thank you for the invitation, and have a good year, everybody.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oduwere. Thank you for that compliment too. Mr. Nami, very quickly, yes?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start by appreciating my colleagues, the co-panelists, and the big guys in the country, the Deloitte family, for giving us this opportunity. And I want to just round up by advising Nigerians to be patriotic as they have always been. We are doing all we can to make sure that we request the government at the 3 tiers of labor and the 3 tiers to give taxpayers value for their money, because the issue of voluntary compliance can only happen if taxpayers can see what their tax payment is being applied for. And the advice I also want to give to our collecting agents, the taxpayers, is that indirect taxes that you collect on our behalf, you remit as at when due. And it is when you do that you do not have issues with compliance, sanctions, and other things. And that is how we, as members of Joint Tax Board and at FIRS, were able to make a case for a reduction in the rate of direct taxes that we will be wanting to do, but for the failure of taxpayers remitting taxes as and when due, that they have act as agent of collection, which they've deducted for payments they've made to people or for transactions that they've had with customers as at when due. So we'll request that you do that for us in good time so that we can also now be in a position to continue to advocate for application of these tax monies for the provision of social and critical infrastructure that you require as citizens of this country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nabi. Ms. Somoni, yours in 30 seconds.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. The section of His Excellency Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, he gave us an order to ensure we don't raise taxes, but we work on improving the tax and widening the tax. And that's basically the focus or the base of the reforms where we've implemented in Kwara. And of course, I'm an active member of the Ease of Doing Business Council in the state. And thank you, Dr. Jumoke, for all the support that you have given us. We have done quite well and we will continue to do more. Our reforms are coming out, and we hope that this year will be a year of consolidation for the state. And I believe the same thing applies to all my other colleagues in all the other states. So I want to use this opportunity to thank the panelists. It's been quite enlightening. I want to thank Deloitte for inviting me for this seminar. I've also learned a lot. And I want to thank all the members or participants who have, yes, they were up to 800 at a time, and I was quite impressed with what Deloitte has been able to put together on a virtual platform. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Madam. And it's my pleasure to say thank you very much. The panelists has been such a very good expose, not just this panel, but even from the beginning that I've sat down from 10 and listening to this. Very, very educative. Dr. Jumoke Oduwole, thank you very much. Mr. Anani, thank you very much. And Mrs. Shadi Omoni, thank you very much. Yomi Odugbenro, thank you very much. Many things to take away from this panel. Tax education. Mr. Nami, you've got to intensify that so that you can widen in a more interesting way, because tax education is boring. So we need to look for avenues to make it more interesting. And so many things has been said. Promoting businesses, we need to ensure that businesses must even be alive to pay taxes. And Madam Omoni talked about political support, value for money also from Mr. Nami. Then the Finance Act is also work in progress to reflect changes of the economy everywhere. So it's been an honor to moderate this. Thank you, Deloitte, for getting me on board. And I wish us also a very happy new year. Over to you, Willie.
Thank you very much, Nancy, and a big thank you to our panelists. It's been a very insightful section from the very beginning. Thank you so much for your time. And also thank you to the participants who have been very patient from the very beginning. Please be rest assured that we're going to share the slides, the presentation slides, and we will attempt to provide answers to your questions. So we're holding all of the presenters, keynote speakers to provide follow-up answers to some of the pertinent questions that you've asked. At this point, we are going for a wrap-up. So I'm going to invite the Chief Operating Officer of Deloitte West Africa, Mr. Anthony Olukoju, to give us a wrap-up. Tony?
Yeah, thank you very much, Uyi. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As they say, whatever has a beginning must have an end. So we have come to the end of this program, but before we draw the curtain, I would like to especially thank Their Excellency for honoring our invitation. We want to especially thank the Vice President, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, for the representation he sent to us. We know that he would have loved to be part of this event, but because of his other commitments, that was why he could not attend. So thank you very much, His Excellency. Now to our chief host, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. Thank you for always responding to our requests whenever we call on you. We appreciate the Honorable Minister of Finance, Dr. Mrs. Zainab Ahmed. She had attended all the previous editions of NEO, and we want to especially thank her. And we want to also make a request in advance that the one for the year 2023 should be inserted in our calendar so that she will make it another home run for Deloitte. Now, to our distinguished speakers and panelists, we do sincerely appreciate your time and the valuable insights. Very especially, we want to thank all the participants. Be rest assured that the conference materials will be sent to you via your registered email addresses. We are confident that the 2023 edition will be physical, and we hope to see all of you in a room. So thank you very much for attending, and we hope you have a truly successful 2022. Thank you and good afternoon. Over to you, Uyi.
Thank you, Tony.
On the 23rd of April, 1845, William Welch Deloitte made the first entry into his time ledger. With a stroke of a pen, he set off a series of connections that has grown into a global organisation of over 330,000 of us. Today, more than 175 years later, we've chosen our Founders' Day as a day to consider what has made us, what continues to make us, thrive. After one of our most challenging years, and one of individual perseverance and collective success, we encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our enduring values together and look around at who we are, at what we aspire to be, as we take this moment to say thank you.
谢谢.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Thank you, Deloitte.
For all that you've done this year, for our past, present, and future. On the 23rd of April, 1845, William Welch Deloitte made the first entry into his time ledger. With a stroke of a pen, he set off a series of connections that has grown into a global organisation of over 330,000 of us. Today, more than 175 years later, we've chosen our Founders' Day as a day to consider what has made us, what continues to make us, thrive. After one of our most challenging years, and one of individual perseverance and collective success, we encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our enduring values together and look around at who we are, at what we aspire to be, as we take this moment to say thank you.
谢谢.
Grazie.
Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Thank you, Deloitte.
For all that you've done this year, for our past, present, and future. On the 23rd of April, 1845, William Welch Deloitte made the first entry into his time ledger. With a stroke of a pen, he set off a series of connections that has grown into a global organisation of over 330,000 of us. Today, more than 175 years later, we've chosen our Founders' Day as a day to consider what has made us, what continues to make us, thrive. After one of our most challenging years, and one of individual perseverance and collective success, we encourage you to